Welcome everyone. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation between... Where is the audio on this? Hold on. Not much audio there. Between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and I think there was just an airstrike in Tyre, Lebanon, which is where that is, right before we came on the air. So I had that on. And there was also there was a missile that was headed for the Tel Aviv area that was shot from Lebanon that Israel shot down before we came on the air, which is a big deal. That wasn't a rocket, that was a missile, and it was headed for the Tel Aviv area. That's the Tel Aviv area, right? That's Tel Aviv right there. So we are here to cover a number of days of developments. I'm seeing the IDF has released a video of the destruction of the missile that was fired into Tel Aviv area. Here it is right here. I got it. Look. Fighter jets of the Air Force attacked the launcher from which the launch of the surface-to-surface missile was detected that was launched towards the Gush Dan area, which is where Tel Aviv is, this morning, and that launcher was destroyed in Lebanon. During the night, our fighter jets under the direction of the IDF and Israeli Air Force completed another wave of attacks in which terrorist targets of the Hezbollah terrorist organization were attacked throughout the territory of Lebanon. As part of the attacks overnight, terrorists operating from military buildings were attacked, dozens of weapons warehouses, including cruise missiles, precision launchers, and other terrorist targets of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. After the attacks on the munitions warehouses, secondary explosions were detected, indicating the presence of many munitions in the warehouses that were attacked. So, again, Israel says they shot down a missile that was launched this morning towards the Tel Aviv area. That is Tel Aviv right there. Hang on one second here. So I don't know why. Well, we'll see if they can get this audio better. The shot from Tyre, Lebanon, which is here, has no audio on it right now, or the audio is like very, very low. Basically, it has no audio. But I think that's where we're most likely to see something happen. There was just an airstrike there before we came on the air, I believe. So I'm going to leave that one up there. I can put Tel Aviv up too, but I don't necessarily think much is going to happen there. Yeah, I'll put the border shot up. Why don't I put the border shot up instead? I'll do that. Let's do this. Throw that up there. to put, it's not Haifa, Israel. Okay. That's too small. Too small. It's probably too big. Oh, right up there. Okay. There we go. We have two shots up there. Maybe I'll put the volume on from the border shot because there's not much volume on the other shot. Why am I not hearing anything from there? There's some birds or something from that one. Hold on. Okay. Hear a few birds and stuff from that shot. Okay, we'll leave that like that for now. I think that's like gardening equipment or something. I don't think that's a drone you're hearing in that border shot there. All right, let's get into this. Hey, thanks to everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much to Rain, our new member Rain, and Matthew Newman, and Carms, our member, thank you, and PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships, and Dashark for the gift memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you to our moderators. No rocket hit. A missile got nothing hit Tel Aviv. Oops, you know what? The headline was not fixed. Why wasn't that fixed? It didn't transfer over. Israel shoots down missile launched at Tel Aviv from Lebanon. That's what happened. Nothing hit Tel Aviv. There you go. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. It's working. Is everything good here? We good to go? I think so. Thank you, Ruth Krafasi and Carms, for moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you. Thanks so much to AJ for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, AJ. Thank you, AJ. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks to Mark and NC and Sarah and Surly Dev who are moderating over there on Twitch. And thanks to Crazy and KY who subscribed on Twitch. And also I want to thank our Facebook moderators. Before I do that, thanks to Benny, our new member. Thank you, Benny. Valerie, Gail Griffin, Margaret Riley, and Kay Lowry Body, and Ronald Egnor are all moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you. Oh, airstrike. Airstrike. Right? Am I seeing airstrike? There's an airstrike right there. On the left. Are there multiple airstrikes? I think we just saw one. I might be wrong, though. Where? Right there. Isn't that an airstrike right there? Right there. That's right there. Hold on. Let me get the other thing off. Isn't that an airstrike right there? It looks like it to me. It's kind of hard to see, but it does, isn't it? Right there? Looks like it. Again, it's a little hazy there or whatever. There's just no audio on that shot. Yeah, the audio is messed up on that shot. They got to fix the audio. Can't even hear anything. I think it is. It's just hard to see stuff in the distance right now. Looks like another airstrike. Hezbollah pushed a statement claiming responsibility for firing a ballistic missile at the Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv. Let me read you the Hezbollah statement. Joe Truzman mentioned that Hezbollah had put out a statement. I'm going to read you that. We don't need this sound on. Well, I'll just do this. Put it on. Now you can't see that, though. Can't see it anyway. You can't see the smoke anymore. Barely. Hezbollah says, new statement from Hezbollah. In support of the steadfast Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, and in support of their valiant and honorable resistance, and in defense of Lebanon and its people, we launched at 6:30 a.m. a Qadir-1 ballistic missile targeting the Mossad command headquarters on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. It is the headquarters responsible for the assassination of leaders and the bombing of pagers and radios in Lebanon. Wow. So they said they launched a missile at Mossad headquarters because Mossad headquarters is responsible for the assassination of Hezbollah leaders and the bombing of the Hezbollah pagers and walkie-talkies. They just came out with that statement. That was a missile fired near Tel Aviv, which is a big deal. So that's new. That is new. Thanks so much, by the way, to Ari Fruman for your support. Ari Fruman, thank you. Also, Rachel Rohr, thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you also, T-Voss Olhead. T-Voss Olhead, thank you. Going to give you some more updates here. You can see here, Israeli Defense Forces say following the launch of a Hezbollah surface-to-surface missile, they're saying it was by Hezbollah, towards central Israel, Tel Aviv area, the IAF struck the launcher from which the missile was fired in the area of Nafakiyeh, Lebanon. I'm going to change the headline. That is a provocative launch. We might have airstrike, another airstrike? Or is that a tree? That might be a tree. Is that a tree or an airstrike? Maybe a tree? Is that a tree or an airstrike? Or nothing? Why is he moving the camera? It looks like a tree. I think it's a tree. I think it is the tree. I think he's just centering the camera. I saw that dark thing and I was like, oh, it's a cloud. But it's like a smoke cloud. But no, it is a tree. That is a tree. But it is provocative for Hezbollah to fire anything at the Tel Aviv area, but especially a missile. And maybe that's a sign, Hezbollah has these precision missiles that they have not been using to fire at Israel yet. Maybe that's like a bit of a warning to Israel, firing one missile at Tel Aviv area, Thank you also, Lucia Horizo. Lucia thinks that America should not be sending men and women to fight over there. Well, they're not fighting yet, Americans. There's a bunch in the region, though. I think tens of thousands. Let me see if I can get you any reporting on that missile. We have audio. They fixed the audio. Hooray. They fixed the audio. How about that? We have audio from the beach, from Tyre, Lebanon. They fixed it. Wonderful. That's what it should sound like. Again, Hezbollah shot a missile at the Tel Aviv area today, which is a big deal. Just about an hour ago, Israel shot it down, but that's a big deal. It was a surface-to-surface missile. That's all I can tell you. Oh, Michael Horowitz mentioned, had a good idea, which is looking up where the missile was launched from. It's a good idea by Michael Horowitz. So the missile was launched from southern Lebanon. I'll show you. Oopsie, I won't show you yet. Now I'll show you. That's the part of Lebanon the missile was launched from. It was launched at the Tel Aviv area. It's a little loud. Let me trim this down. I have it too high. Yeah, so the missile was launched from Nafa Kia in southern Lebanon at the Tel Aviv area down here, which is about Tel Aviv, about 70 miles south of the border. Old MacDonald says, how much longer do you think it will be to either side declares war? Well, I mean, declaring war could mean different things. If you're just saying, they say, we declare war, I mean, I think what you're probably asking about is how long until one or both sides escalates things further. I think that's probably what you're asking about. Look, Israel says they're going to make it so that their 60,000 or so people who have fled northern Israel because of the Hezbollah attacks on northern Israel since last year, Israel says the attacks are going to stop, our people are moving back. So right now, they're launching all these airstrikes on Hezbollah. Doing targeted assassinations, launching airstrikes, blowing up walkie-talkies and pagers. What if Hezbollah doesn't stop attacking them? Well, then they got to do something else. So, I mean, the point here, the big point is Israel's goal is to get its people to move back to northern Israel by stopping the Hezbollah attacks. But Hezbollah doesn't want to stop attacking them until there's a ceasefire in Gaza. And there's not going to be a ceasefire anytime soon as far as we can tell. So that's where we're at. If the airstrikes don't work, Hezbollah keeps attacking, Israel's going to try something else. They're going to have to. Ground invasion? I don't know. But that is where we're at. So your guess is as good as mine, but my guess is they'll give this airstrike thing a little while and then go from there. Thank you, Old McDonald, for writing in. I appreciate it. You know, even if it escalates, I don't know if there's a thing where, like, a country has a big ceremony and they say, we declare war. You know, I don't know. There's an argument over what counts as a war or not. Depends on how you define a war. But clearly this could escalate a lot more than it has. I mean, I think if you see a large Israeli force march into Lebanon, that seems like a war. But I think rather than terminological discussion, probably the more important thing to discuss is what they're actually doing and whether things escalate further. But again, Israel, I mean, Hezbollah firing a missile today at Tel Aviv area. That's a step up. Seems to me maybe a warning. Maybe a warning to Israel saying we're going to start firing a lot more of these missiles at your cities. But I don't know if they will. Josh Tompkins says, why is the Lebanese military not doing anything about Hezbollah? Hezbollah is separate from Lebanon. Hezbollah is a political party and a military force in Lebanon. They're actually the most powerful military force in Lebanon. But the Lebanon is a country. Hezbollah is a political party and military force in that country. Hezbollah is part of the government, but the government is divided between Shia Muslims, which Hezbollah is, Sunni Muslims, and Christians. So Hezbollah is just one party and one group in the country. Lebanon does have an army, but I am certainly not an expert on Lebanon's government and army as opposed to Hezbollah. My assumption is that there's a lot of people in the country who don't want a conflict with Israel. But the interests of Hezbollah are not necessarily the interests of the country as a whole. The country is much bigger than Hezbollah. And about 2/3 of the country is not Shia Muslim. I understand it can be confusing, though. Hey, thank you so much to Julie Bratcher. It's really kind of you. Julie Bratcher, thanks for your support of Agenda Free TV. That's so nice of you. Thanks, Julie. Also, thanks for being a member, Punkette. And thank you to JVT413 for your support. Thanks, Sumi Sue, for being a member. Thank you to Trigger Crazy from Canada. I don't know what planes shot down. I think planes might have shot down the missile today, but I think Israel said it was what it was. They said fighter jets of theirs attacked the launcher. Yeah, they said fighter jets intercepted the missile that was shot by Hezbollah, but I don't know what kind of fighter jets it was. Thanks, Ohio Life, our new member. And thanks, Snecky Stream. Yeah, Snecky Stream, there's a worry that this will escalate further and you could have an all-out war between Hezbollah and Israel. You could have Israeli troops going in on the ground. You could have Hezbollah firing lots of missiles at Israeli cities, causing civilian injuries and deaths. Both sides have lots more firepower than they've been using. And if that happens, other countries could get drawn in. So there's a real worry that things could escalate more. Thank you, Barn Isle Meh, for subscribing on Twitch, and Jack Overson1, and our member Warcry. AP has a new article talking about the conflict. I want to go over this, kind of a good review probably. Israel has landed heavy blows on Hezbollah. The victory it seeks could prove elusive. That is an Israeli airstrike on the Mahmoudiya mountain. This was yesterday. So, Associated Press says it's been a devastating week for Hezbollah and the people of Lebanon. Bombs hidden in Hezbollah's pagers and walkie-talkies killed dozens of people and wounded thousands, many of them Hezbollah members. Israeli strikes on Beirut killed 2 of its top commanders, and Israel has bombed what it said were 1,600 militant sites across large parts of Lebanon, killing hundreds of people and displacing thousands. Israel says its goal is to secure the border so tens of thousands of people who fled the border under Hezbollah fire nearly a year ago can return to their homes in northern Israel. That is the goal. But it's far from clear that its recent operations, as tactically successful as they were, will bring that about. Remember, you need to think about this in terms of what is Israel's goal here? And what is the problem for Israel that they are trying to address? The problem is that since last year, Hezbollah has been attacking northern Israel, and now 60,000 Israelis left northern Israel because they were evacuated. So Israel wants it to be safe in northern Israel, which is next to Lebanon, so those people can move back. And they say they're going to do whatever it do to make it safe there. They want Hezbollah to stop attacking, and they want Hezbollah to move away from the border, 18 miles away. Again, Israel says its objective is to secure the border so tens of thousands of people who fled under Hezbollah fire nearly a year ago can return to their homes, says AP. But it's far from clear that Israel's recent operations, as tactically successful as they were, will bring that about. Israeli columnist Nadav Eyal wrote, "No one either in or out of the defense establishment has any clue as to how to translate these brilliant operational achievements into political benefit, a real victory, into a real victory that will stop the war in the north. As long as Hezbollah retains any firepower," he said, "the northern border will not be able to return to normal." Excuse me. Thanks, by the way, Trigger Crazy. It has been airstrikes so far. I am not aware that the Israeli Navy has been involved. I have not heard anything about the Israeli Navy being involved yet. At least I haven't. Thank you, Trigger Crazy, and Darren175, and Jason Carlton, and Ohio Life, and AJ Krause for the gift memberships, and Donna Smith for the gift memberships. Thank you so much. AP says Hezbollah began firing into northern Israel the day after Hamas's October 7th attack triggered the war in Gaza. Hezbollah said its aim was to pin down Israeli forces in the north to help its ally Hamas, which, like Hezbollah, is backed by Iran. Hezbollah has said it would stop attacking northern Israel if there is a ceasefire in Gaza, which appears increasingly unlikely. Hezbollah's response to the past week's escalation has seemed meager, says AP. the hundreds of rockets and drones it has fired into northern Israel, including into areas much farther from the border than it hit previously, like the farthest in has been Tel Aviv this morning. They fired a missile there at the Tel Aviv area. Those strikes, but the rockets they've been, and missiles and drones they've been firing have caused few casualties and only scattered damage. But experts say that Hezbollah can weather Israeli strikes, and it is likely holding most of its potent weapons in reserve. Keep that in mind. AP says Israeli air power has its limits. The footage of Israeli strikes sending up plumes of dust and smoke seemed grimly familiar. The American-led invasion of Iraq in 2003, the NATO campaign in Libya in 2011, and the U.S.-led war against the Islamic State in 2014 all began with massive airstrikes lighting up the sky. In each case, the war dragged on for months or years, and ground forces played a crucial role. Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza began with nearly 3 weeks. Now, last October, Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza began with nearly 3 weeks of heavy airstrikes across the territory, followed by a full-scale ground invasion. Nearly a year later, Hamas is still putting up a fight and holding scores of hostages. With Hezbollah, Israel has so far adopted narrower objectives, not the disarmament or defeat of Hezbollah, but a new arrangement in which Hezbollah retreats from the border and halts their attacks. But even that might not be possible without a ground invasion, says AP. There is also the risk of mission creep, as America discovered after its wars in Iraq and Afghanistan ground on for years after the toppling of Saddam Hussein and the Taliban. NATO airstrikes initially aimed at preventing the feared massacre in Benghazi morphed into a 7-month campaign of regime change from which Libya has yet to fully recover. AP also says Hezbollah likely has capabilities we haven't seen yet. Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant boasted that Monday's airstrikes alone had taken out tens of thousands of Hezbollah's rockets and missiles. This is the most difficult week for Hezbollah since its establishment, he said. A blow has been dealt to the chain of command, to the terrorists themselves on different levels, to their shooting capabilities, and to their morale. Hezbollah has acknowledged suffering heavy blows this week and last week, but even if Gallant's assessment is correct, Hezbollah still has considerable resources. A former Hezbollah member who wrote a book about the book, Qasim Qasir, said, "The rocket unit is still active. Hezbollah has absorbed the initial shock, and the battle has only begun. Hezbollah has only used a small part of its capabilities." Hezbollah was established with the help of Iran following the 1982 Israeli invasion and occupation of Lebanon. And Hezbollah seeks Israel's destruction. Hezbollah has survived countless battles with Israeli forces, replaced several slain commanders over the years, and rearmed after a month-long war in 2006. Hezbollah claims to have some 100,000 fighters. Before the latest hostilities, it was believed to have some 150,000 rockets and missiles, including long-range projectiles capable of hitting anywhere inside Israel and some precision-guided missiles. Hezbollah's more sophisticated weapons are likely being held in reserve as it seeks to avoid triggering an all-out war, says AP. A former military intelligence analyst and founder of the Alma Research and Education Center, Sarit Zehavi, said Hezbollah has concealed its weapons in different parts of the country, including in areas close to Beirut where it has a strong presence. Hezbollah was building redundancy, so they spread their munitions and infrastructure all over, and that's why that many targets are being attacked, because it's everywhere, she said. Hezbollah is far more advanced militarily than Hamas. Hezbollah also has a far larger area in which to operate, extensive supply lines linking it more directly to Iran, and networks of tunnels, potentially even more extensive than those in Gaza. In the event of a ground invasion, Hezbollah fighters could be joined by thousands of fighters from fellow Iran-backed groups from Iraq, Yemen, and elsewhere inside the region. Wow. Oh, there is a alert here, some sort of red alert. so far says there is a hostile aircraft alert near the Golan, in the Golan Heights. This is the SOFAR, TZOFAR alert map, which is a great map. This is in hostile aircraft alert, usually a drone alert, in the Golan Heights, which is up here. I don't have a camera in the Golan Heights. Sometimes these turn out to be false alarms. That is where it is. This is not a rocket alert. It is a hostile aircraft alert. This is a great map. It's called SOFAR, TZOFAR. It'll show you where the latest rocket alerts and where they are. And they also have an app you can use on your phone. And I will post a link to the map in the chat. I appreciate them letting me use their map. Thank you to them. The map is great. The app is really good too. I'm liking both of them. Hey, Sean TV, that is so generous of you, Sean TV. Sean, thank you for all your support of the channel. Sean TV. Very nice of Sean. Also, thanks to Katya T for the gifted memberships. Thank you, Katya. And Steve Sudia, our member from Asbury Park, New Jersey. And Trigger Crazy from Canada, thank you. I just want to read the last part of that AP article where they say, neither side has good options. AP says, Israel says it has no immediate plans for a ground invasion, but is prepared for one, and it has sent thousands of battle-hardened forces from Gaza to the northern border. If the air campaign fails to bring Hezbollah to heel, Israeli leaders will be tempted to send them in. That's basically where we're at right now. Will the air campaign make Hezbollah say, okay, we'll stop attacking Israel, we'll pull away from the border, because if they don't, then Israel needs to do something else to achieve its goal. Even if Israel's goal is only to carve out, so let's suppose Israel decides to do a ground invasion, because Hezbollah won't stop attacking Israel. Even if the goal is only to carve out a buffer zone to better secure the north, the risks are great of a ground invasion, says AP. Most Israelis are insulated from the air war by distance in Israel's missile defense systems. But a ground invasion would mean more casualties and protracted fighting for soldiers and reservists already weary from a year of war in Gaza. Hezbollah waged an 18-year-long insurgency against Israel the last time Israel occupied Lebanon, eventually forcing it to withdraw, and another prolonged occupation could be similarly costly. Israel has already faced international outrage over the war in Gaza, including ongoing investigations by top world courts, and risks even greater isolation if it launches a similar campaign in Lebanon. Hezbollah also has few good options. Halting its rocket fire in the north in the face of Israeli pressure would likely be seen by its supporters and its patron Iran as a humiliating capitulation and an abandonment of the Palestinians. Escalating its attacks, either by launching more sophisticated rockets or targeting major cities like Tel Aviv, could bring an even more crushing Israeli response, or an all-out war which devastates Lebanon, with Hezbollah at risk of being blamed for it. In Lebanon, Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah already faces criticism from many Lebanese who accuse him of tying their country's fate to Iran and inviting war at a time of financial ruin. That leaves Hezbollah stuck with the status quo, in which Israel carries out increasingly heavy strikes, while Hezbollah makes do with a relatively restrained response. For Hezbollah and the Lebanese people, that might make the coming weeks even worse. Interesting article by Associated Press. Israel has landed heavy blows on Hezbollah. The victory it seeks could prove elusive. So that gives you a bit of a summary of where we're at, that article. Thanks, by the way, to Ohio Life for gifting membership. So nice of you. And thank you to Asher Rutledge from New Zealand, to KC Steve. Thank you. Yeah, I am thirsty. I have to hydrate more. Elf says, how much damage could Hezbollah deal to Israel if both sides went all out? Hezbollah has precision missiles which can strike anywhere in Israel. I'm not an expert on Hezbollah weaponry, but I've read numerous articles talking about how Hezbollah could cause significant damage and casualties in Israel if it started using a large number of its supposedly 150,000 rockets and missiles. Now, that was before these attacks by Israel, but, excuse me. I mean, as we just read in this article here, Hezbollah's more sophisticated weapons are likely being held in reserve as it seeks to avoid triggering an all-out war. Guys, I can't do anything about Nightbot. I guess Nightbot's having some issues. It's beyond my control. I am not the keeper of Nightbot. Sometimes it doesn't work, but hopefully it'll be working again soon. Hang on one moment here. I can tell you it's partially working, Nightbot. It's not doing what it's supposed to do, but it's not working at all. Okay. Give me one moment here. Okay, it is 9:01 a.m. In case you missed it, Hezbollah fired a missile at the Tel Aviv area, which is a big deal. I think it's the first time since last October that Hezbollah has targeted the Tel Aviv area. And this was a missile, not a rocket. They said Israel shot it down. Hezbollah said they were firing it at the Mossad headquarters near Tel Aviv in response to Israel's walkie-talkie and pager attacks and targeted attacks on Hezbollah leaders. Give me one moment here. Thanks to QBAT on Twitch for your support as well. I appreciate it, QBAT. Hey, I have a little article here about the missile. Lebanon's Hezbollah says it launched. That's not even. It's a missile. It's not a rocket. Well, that's a bad article. It's from Reuters. They need to update their article. It was a missile. It says it in the second paragraph. Warning sirens sounded in Israel's economic capital, Tel Aviv, as a single surface-to-surface missile was intercepted by air defense systems, as it was, I believe, fighters, as it was detected crossing from Lebanon. The Israeli military said there were no reports of damage or casualties. There are no changed civil defense instructions for central Israel. Joe Truzman said this was the first time since last October. Joe Truzman said, who I follow, at Joe Truzman. He's a Middle East expert. He said, for the first time since Hezbollah began firing at Israel on October 8th, a missile was fired at Tel Aviv from Lebanon. Thank you, IndyCar, who says there's rumor mill is ripe. Is there any info Iraqi leadership slowing support for Hezbollah? I've heard nothing about that, IndyCar. I mean, look, Iran has militias in Iraq that will support Hezbollah because they, like Hezbollah, are Iranian proxies. So I don't, in terms of the Iraqi leadership, I have not heard much about that either way the whole time of this an elevated conflict between the last few weeks between Israel and Hezbollah. So I've heard nothing about it. But whatever the Iraqi leadership is, there are Iranian militias in Iraq and Syria, which are proxy groups, which will support Hezbollah. I believe in the last few days there have been some drones launched from Iraq, presumably by those Iranian-backed groups. Not many drones, but some. Thank you for the question. New alerts. Let's see. Thank you, and thank you, IndyCar, for your support. I really appreciate that, IndyCar. Thank you. New alerts. These are, oopsie, that's not, hold on. I'm not caught up here. Hey, we got a bunch of rocket alerts, it looks like. South of Haifa. Let me get do I have a Haifa shot I can show you? Hold on. I don't know if I have a Haifa shot. Oh, I do. Hold on a second. It's going to take me a second to get it up here. I have a Haifa shot, but it'll take me a second. I don't have the usual one. South of Haifa. Rocket alerts. Let's see if I can get it on the screen for you. Give me a second here. It should come up in a second. It should come up in it. There's Haifa right there. That is Haifa. That is Haifa. I don't know if this has any sound on it. This might not have sound on it, but it is Haifa. Yes, this is no sound Haifa, but that's not going to be very useful to us because the rocket alerts are for south of Haifa. I think that should come back, that picture. Ooh, they seem to have lost their signal for a second. All right, that was Haifa, but normally that Haifa shot would be useful to us because we'd hear interceptions. There are the alerts right here from the So Far Alert site. There's Haifa. It's south of Haifa, pretty far away from the border for rockets. But again, I don't have that Haifa shot went away for a second. So if and when it comes back, I'll show it to you. Now it's a different shot. I think they changed the shot to a different place. Hold on. I don't think that's Haifa. Is it? Hold on a second. It shouldn't say Tyre, Lebanon either. So I don't even know where this new shot is here. But let me see if I get any updates about what's going on south of Haifa. Again, I don't have a camera of it right now. But I'll check for updates with some Israeli sources. I wish I knew where this AFP just shifted to that shot, and I don't even know where that shot is. That's somewhere. It's somewhere. That is a somewhere shot. But I'm leaving it because maybe they'll switch back to Haifa. I don't think that's Haifa. Some people think it's Haifa. If it's Haifa, it's a very different camera angle than the other one. I guess it could be Haifa, but just a really different camera angle. Real News on Telegram says loud explosions are heard until the Kiryat. So I'm guessing there are interceptions going on right now. That would be my guess from these rocket alerts south of Haifa. Oh, no, that's not that one. I'm supposed to get a shot from Upper Galilee. That might help. I wonder if this is Upper Galilee. I'm waiting for AFP to say where this shot is from. The IDF says, Israeli Defense Force says, alerts for rocket and missile fire were activated in the areas of Manash, Wadi area, and Carmel. The details are under review. I'm going to ask AFP what that shot is. I'm very confused. I asked AFP to clarify what we're looking at here. Let me also see. Almog Boker says alarms in Zichron Yaakov for the first time since October, I think. Right. That is south of Haifa. Let me show you again where these rocket alerts are going off. I don't even know that they're still going off right this second. They were about 5 minutes ago. I assume the rockets have either been shot down or landed. But yeah, this is farther than usual. I mean, normally since last October, they would be more in northern, more north. But these are south of Haifa here, in here. Tel Aviv is down here. Haifa's there. The border's up here. That is from so far. I still do not know what this view is. I'll go back to, well, I'm going to leave that up for a second. As soon as I find out what we're looking at there, I'll let you know. I don't think there's sound on that view. There appears to be no sound on that view. So it seems like at the start of the day, Hezbollah is kind of pushing the depth, pushing how far they fire into Israel, because they already fired a missile at Tel Aviv, which is a big deal, and that's a place that they had not fired a missile at Tel Aviv since last October. And now they're launching rockets south of Haifa, which is farther than the normal. I'm hearing that Netanyahu has postponed his travel to New York for a day because of the missile that was fired at Tel Aviv. Let me see if I can confirm that. for you. Yeah. So the Times of Israel says the Prime Minister's office said that he will hold consultations today with the security establishment to discuss the continuation of strikes in Lebanon as shortly after Hezbollah fired a surface-to-surface missile at Tel Aviv. He's going to fly to the U.S. tomorrow and return to Israel on Saturday night. All right. I still don't know what this is looking at. I'm going to put the Lebanon camera back on, the tire Lebanon camera. But if I figure out what that camera is looking at, I'll let you know. Oh, hold on. I might have a different camera to show you. Something's going on a different camera. I see a rocket fall, I think, or something. Guys, there's some smoke. Hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I have something to show you. Maybe two things to show you. All right, there's smoke on this shot from the Israel-Lebanon border. There is smoke on this shot from the Israel-Lebanon border. Look at this. Look, there is smoke. Something is smoking. That is the Israel-Lebanon border, east, I think. I think that camera's in Kiryat Shimona. Volume. I don't know what it is. I'm the last batch of rocket alerts was not there, you know. That might just be some other fire because that's not where the rocket alerts were. I cannot tell you where that is. The camera person just noticed it. Oh. So I figured out that the Haifa camera is still the Haifa camera. So really quick, just to show you. That is the Haifa camera. It just turned. So that, I see there's Haifa. Ah, okay. So it's moving back now. So the Haifa camera, it's normally pointed at the water. And then what happened is they decided to point it at the inland when the rocket alerts happened. Okay. Liam, if you can't not be rude, you're going to get hidden from the channel. It's very simple. So there's Haifa. And then here's this undetermined smoke in northern Israel. Northern Israel smoke. Thank you to Heat 5000 for your support. And Russell Bach. Thank you, Russell Bach, for your support. Apparently, there were a number of rockets shot down from that last batch that was fired at the south of Haifa. Jerusalem Post also says there have been more Israeli strikes on Lebanon this morning. N12 News says there were at least 10 interceptions in that last rocket batch barrage south of Haifa. And also, I guess an aerial target was intercepted in regards to that rocket alert alarm in the Golan Heights. One Eye thinks we're in World War III. Again, I do not know what that is, and there was no rocket alert there recently, so I'm confused. They're focusing in on something. Something's being focused in. Again, there is smoke in northern Israel in the east, near the border. It doesn't look like that. I mean, it could just be like a fire at a house or something. It doesn't look like gigantic. Is this area evacuated? I'm sure most of it is evacuated. I don't. A lot of the areas near the border are evacuated. I think pretty much once you get far enough north, I would assume all of this in here is evacuated. But in some of the evacuated areas, there are still people who have refused to leave or have moved back. Not most of them, but some of them. So I would assume this area is evacuated. I think the camera's in Kiryat Shimona, which is only about like 3 or 4 miles from the border. Yoav says Kiryat Shimona is evacuated. Again, I don't know what that is, but something is burning. The IDF says that following the alert of about a half hour ago, the Golan Heights alert for a hostile aircraft intrusion, a drone approaching from the east, that would be Syria, I assume, was identified crossing into Israel territory from Syria. The UAV was intercepted by IDF fighter jets at the south of the Sea of Galilee. No damage or injuries were reported. So Israel shot down a drone coming in from Syria. Oh, more red alerts, more rocket alerts. But Israel shot down a drone coming in from Syria. Let me check the rocket alerts now. This is a drone alert, I believe. A drone alert for Tiberias. Another drone alert in the northeast, near the Sea of Galilee. There's the SOFAR alert map. It says hostile aircraft intrusion alert up here. There was just a drone in the Golan Heights that was shot down. So this is another drone alert. That's from the SOFAR map. If you look up SOFAR red alert, you can find the map. SOFAR map. Still that smoking is going on. So again, IDF said it shot down a drone entering Israel from Syria. Oh, Manny Fabian says, the Iran-backed Islamic resistance in Iraq takes responsibility for the drone attack, saying it launched at a target in the Golan Heights. So I know our viewer IndyCar was talking about Iraq. You can see there is an Iran-backed group in Iraq which is saying, we just sent a drone over there. A drone which Israel shot down. So look, here's the Golan Heights, and there's Syria. So Iraq can send a drone across Syria and have it go into Israel. Iraq, Syria, Israel. Hang on a second here. Marty Hagwood just gave 50 people memberships. Wow. Marty just gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That is really generous of you, Marty. Thanks so much. Make sure you thank Marty if he gave you a membership, or anybody if they give you a gift sub or a membership. That's really nice of Marty, though. Thank you. Very generous. Also, thank you to QBat over there on Twitch for your support. And also, thanks to all of our moderators. Hold on a second here. Thank you to our new member, 111111. Thank you. Thank you to our moderators. We have moderating right now over on Twitch. Sarah and Surly Dev are there. Thank you so much. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Valerie Gale Griffin. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on YouTube. Ruth Krafasi. Thank you so much, Ruth. And also Azam, thank you to Azam Nuraza Jumberi. Thank you so much for your support. In Malaysia. That's cool you're watching from Malaysia. Thanks for your support. Michael Horowitz says that Israel's electricity company says in one of the most recent barrages, an attempt to hit a strategic facility belonging to the company was reported. Now, I don't know if it was really aimed at it or it just happened, the rocket ended up happening to be there. No damage was reported to the site. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get both. I want to put two shots on the screen like we had before. Let's do that. Why have one when we can have two up? Why are things not louder? Why is this not louder? Are we not hearing the audio again? Oh, sorry. It's paused. Why is it paused? There we go. Now it's fine. Thank you, by the way, to JJ for the gift membership. So nice of you, JJ. Thank you. Also, thank you to PK, our new member, PK. And Marty Hagwood, wow. Marty says, I wish I could give everyone memberships. It feels like you almost have. Thank you so much, Marty. It's very generous of you. Really appreciate it, Marty Hagwood. Thank you. One moment, please. Thanks also to Brian Beelman. I really appreciate it. Brian Beelman, thank you. Let's see. Just to give you a little more information on the missile that was fired at Tel Aviv, let me read you what the IDF said about that earlier. It's weird. There's their statement about it, but there's like a couple statements they said about it. Yeah, a couple of story I've seen, like Haaretz said that David's sling system shot down the surface-to-surface missile. David's sling is an Israel Defense Forces military system designed to intercept enemy planes, drones, tactical ballistic missiles, medium to long-range rockets, and cruise missiles fired from ranges to 25 to 190 miles. So a couple reports I saw said David's sling system shot down the missile, which would have been fired from about 100 miles away, I think. Thank you, Trigger Crazy and DTEX 1836. Trigger Crazy for Canada, and thank you, DTEX, for the gift memberships. Very nice of you. There have reportedly been some airstrikes this morning by Israel. I haven't heard of that many. It is 9:42. How will the day develop? I'll read you what AP says. AP says Hezbollah fires missile at Tel Aviv and further escalation after heavy Israeli strikes on Lebanon. AP says Hezbollah launched a ballistic missile at Tel Aviv early Wednesday in a further escalation after Israel carried out strikes on Lebanon that killed hundreds of people, and the militants fired rockets across wider areas of northern Israel. The Israeli military said it intercepted the surface-to-surface missile, which set off air raid sirens in Tel Aviv and across central Israel, and there were no reports of casualties or damage. The military said it struck the site in southern Lebanon from which the projectile was launched. Hezbollah said it fired a Qadr-1 ballistic missile, targeting the headquarters of Israel's Mossad intelligence agency, which it blames for a recent string of targeted killings of its top commanders and for an attack last week in which bombs hidden in pagers and walkie-talkies killed dozens of people and wounded thousands, including many Hezbollah members. The Israeli military said it's the first time that a projectile fired from Lebanon had reached central Israel. How about that? Hezbollah claimed to have targeted an intelligence base near Tel Aviv last month, but there was no confirmation of that attack. Hamas has repeatedly targeted Tel Aviv with rockets fired from Gaza. The launch ratcheted up tensions as the region appears to be teetering toward another all-out war, even as Israel continues to battle Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Families have fled southern Lebanon, says AP, flocking to Beirut and the coastal city of Sidon, sleeping in schools turned into shelters, as well as in cars, parks, and along the beach. Some sought to leave the country. Israel has no immediate plans for a ground invasion, but has declined to give a timetable for the air campaign. Nearly a year of fighting between Hezbollah and Israel had already displaced tens of thousands of people from both sides of the border before this week's escalation. Israel has vowed to do whatever it takes to ensure that its citizens can return to their homes in northern Israel, while Hezbollah has said it will keep up its rocket attacks into northern Israel until there's a ceasefire in Gaza, something which increasingly appears remote. Israel has moved thousands of troops who have been serving in Gaza to the northern border. So Israel wants its citizens to be able to move back to northern Israel, but Hezbollah does not want to stop attacking northern Israel. Something has got to give. As we were covering last night, an Israeli airstrike in Beirut on Tuesday killed Ibrahim Kobeisi, who Israel described as a top Hezbollah commander with the group's rocket and missile unit. It was the latest in a string of assassinations and other setbacks for Hezbollah, which is Lebanon's strongest political and military actor, and is widely considered the top paramilitary force in the Arab world. Another boom on Sky News. Someone said they were watching the Sky News feed. I can't show the Sky News feed. It's a different feed. I don't have the rights to it. Are they showing a feed, Sky News? Are you sure? I just checked Sky News on YouTube, and I don't see a live shot of Lebanon from them. Are you sure they're showing one live right now? Normally, it's on their YouTube page. I just checked. I didn't see anything. You might be watching an old feed if you're seeing that. Hey, thanks to Donna Smith for the gift memberships. Thank you, Donna. Also, Catch22 for the gift memberships. Wow, so generous of you guys. Trigger Crazy gave gift memberships. Lil Miss Sunshine gave gift memberships. So nice of you guys. Thank you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership. Thanks to CW, our new member, Sherry in A. Tardis, watching from Chicagoland. Thank you, Sherry. Also, PK. Thanks so much, PK, for your support. And Marty Hagwood. Oh my gosh, Marty has been so generous. Marty, thank you for being so generous and all your support for the channel. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Marty Hagwood. Wow, thank you, Marty. I'll put it towards the footage. That text message thing is driving me crazy. When I have my phone on, I only put it on vibrate. I don't like having text message sounds or rings. And that one is especially annoying to me. It really is driving me crazy. I don't know how people keep that as their text message sound. Some people in our chat said it's a popular text message sound. And I've heard it on other live streams we do, when people have it on their phones, and it just drives me crazy. Also, it's like 4 beeps. Why can't it be 1 beep? Why does it need to be so long? Why does it need to be a little song? But that's just me. That's just me. The gamer says it's the default one for Android. Is it the default for Android? Really? That's the default for Android? It's that? Is that true? Man, that is annoying. Yeah, people are saying it's the Android default. I didn't realize it. Ugh. It's just like, how many texts do you have to get with that sound until you just like shut it off? Maybe you want to break my phone. Hey, thanks Trigger Crazy for the gift memberships, and Gerard for becoming a new member. Thank you, Gerard. Default for Samsung? I don't know. Some people are saying it's a Samsung default. I'm not an expert on those default messages.
طلع بالكاميرا تطلع بالكاميرا خليك عم تطلع ما هيدا audio check
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 So we are here in Tyre in the south, and there are many people displaced. According to numbers,
Hang on a second here.
there's more than 500,000 people in Germany displaced. Some of them are seeking shelter, capital, others are in cities just like here, Tyre, where you're Japan.
ايوه في عدد
I have it.
في عدد
Okay. Yes, good morning.
I'm seeing a report here. Hold on a moment here. Oh. Don't worry about that. That's nothing.
ضربة تل أبيب هلا كمان
ايه بعرف خلص ليك ما تخطم حمر
NBN Lebanon says that Israel is carrying out a number of airstrikes in South Lebanon. Now, I don't have cameras showing those, but NBN Lebanon, which is a news channel in Lebanon, says Israel is carrying out a number of strikes in South Lebanon, just so you know.
مشهورة قدام الفيديو دي يطلع على الفيسبوك. بعمل الفيديو لا ده واحد بيعمل يخبط من شاي
Yeah, a number of Lebanese news channels are saying that Israel is carrying out some airstrikes in southern Lebanon. Thank you, Trigger Crazy. Thanks for watching the channel for so long. And Paul Bernard as well. Thank you, Paul. And Jake from State Farm, our new member. Thanks, Jake. And Alicia Alexander, thank you so much. Thanks also for subscribing. It's Killing You on Twitch. Thanks to Gas Station Sushi on Twitch. Let me... You know what? I just need, no kidding, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm coming right back. Oops, I misspelled the word back. I just need 1 minute. That's all I need. I'm going to disappear for 1 minute and come right back, okay? 1 minute. There it is. It says 1 minute. All right, hang on. I'll be right back. Thanks for your patience. I got some extra water. I'm a little thirsty. Got some soda water. So, give me one moment here. It was like some announcement, like on a speaker. I don't know what it was. I think that might have been from the border area, but I don't know. I don't think it's an alert because there's no rocket alert there. Thank you, Mika Way, for your support and for watching the channel for so long. Thank you, Mika. I actually had an interesting article I was going to show you guys. Show you that next. Oh, oops. I do not know what today will bring. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Hey, I want to show you a little something. There was an interesting article in the Washington Post today. On the cusp of all-out war against Hezbollah, Israel weighs next move. What does it do next? What if Hezbollah doesn't stop attacking agree to stop attacking northern Israel? What happens then? What does it do next? I want to read you a little bit of this. It's interesting. The Post says, Israel has been preparing for its next war against Hezbollah for nearly a decade, and a full-scale conflict has seemed increasingly inevitable with each passing month since last October. Now, with Hamas diminished in Gaza, Israel is putting its battle plan into motion. Israel's punishing airstrikes across southern Lebanon, following last week's unprecedented attacks on Hezbollah communications devices and a series of strikes on the group's top commanders, mark a dramatic escalation after more than 11 months of damaging but calculated exchanges of fire between the two sides. Now, former officials and analysts say Israel has opened a window of opportunity for a possible ground invasion, which parts of the security establishment have long advocated for. A former senior intelligence officer in the Israeli military, Miri Eisen, said, "The military has been building and rebuilding the plan for years. Every time we got to a place where we were going to do it, there were constraints. Now it all came together for the opening phase," she said. "The question is, what is next?" Prime Minister Netanyahu was previously reluctant to enter into a full-scale confrontation with Hezbollah, analysts said, fearful of fighting on two fronts and of getting bogged down in another costly and inconclusive war in Lebanon. While those risks remain, there are political advantages to be gained by acting now, observers said. Buying more time to rebuild Netanyahu's dented reputation, delaying a potential post-October 7th Commission of Inquiry about October 7th last year, and shifting public attention away from the grinding war in Gaza and the dire conditions of the country's remaining hostages. Israel has demanded that Hezbollah fighters pull back beyond Lebanon's Litani River, 18 miles north of the border, so tens of thousands of Israelis can return to the depopulated north of Israel. That's basically what this is all about in the near term. Israel wanting its people to be able to move back to northern Israel. No country can accept the wanton racketing of its cities. We can't accept it either, Netanyahu said Sunday. A day after the Hamas attack on southern Israel last fall, Hezbollah turned the northern border area of Israel into a combat zone, raining down rockets on residential communities. For nearly a year, more than 67,000 displaced people have stayed with extended family or camped out in hotels. Local leaders and opposition politicians in Israel have hammered Netanyahu for not doing more to help them. Many Israelis think the country should have already taken more decisive action against Hezbollah, said the president of the Israel Democracy Institute. He said, "This is an escalation that was just a matter of time from an Israeli perspective. The vast majority of Israelis understand this situation is unsustainable." A poll in August found 67% of Jewish Israelis throughout Israel thought Israel should respond more aggressively to Hezbollah's attacks, with 47% supporting an assault deep into Lebanon that includes striking at its infrastructure. Excuse me. This person who is a former senior intelligence official in the Israeli military, Miri Eisen, said that the approximately 1,500 targets the Israeli military says it has hit in recent days are part of detailed war scenarios that have been meticulously planned for years. Hamas did on October 7th what everyone was waiting for Hezbollah to do, she explained. Israel's security chiefs pushed to put the plans into motion for Hezbollah just days after October 7th, she said. An account corroborated by a senior Western diplomat. Then, according to Eisen and the diplomat, it was Netanyahu who stepped back, that's last year, amid concerns that the military could become overwhelmed. More than 11 months later, though, the picture has changed significantly. Israeli forces have degraded Hamas's military capabilities and entrenched their occupation of Gaza, allowing the movement of resources and personnel to the north. Just as important, said the former head of the research division in Israel Defense Forces Intelligence, Yossi Cooper-Wasser, just as important, Israel now believes that Hezbollah and Iran, its main patron, lack the appetite for an all-out war, and that it can continue to up the ante without major repercussions. A political scientist at Hebrew University, Gail Talsher, told the Washington Post, prolonging the state of the war suits Netanyahu, helping to delay or distract from domestic threats to his premiership. Israel's longest-serving leader, Netanyahu, remains mired in several corruption trials, faces demands from his ultra-Orthodox coalition partners to rescind a controversial military conscription law, and when the war ends, will probably be required to answer to an October 7th Commission of Inquiry. If it remains the way it is now, destroying Hezbollah infrastructure, Netanyahu will have gained some political strength, Talshir said. But this is the Middle East, and everything can escalate at any time, she warned. And if Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, begins firing thousands of rockets on Tel Aviv, I don't know if the Israeli people will be forgiving. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations said Tuesday that Israel is not eager to start a ground invasion and would prefer a diplomatic solution. While the IDF has repositioned some troops to the north in recent days, it's unclear if they're preparing to cross the border. The Washington Post says there is no indication that increased military pressure will force Hezbollah to retreat or allow Israelis to return to their homes in the north. A year after the war in Gaza, we are still in a war of attrition, and Israelis are very much worried that the same thing will happen but be more intense in Lebanon, said a former Israeli intelligence official and head of the Palestinian Studies Forum at the Moshe Dayan Center for the Middle Eastern and African Studies, Michael Milstein. He said Netanyahu's doctrine rests on the assumption that if you use more and more power, the enemy will be more flexible, but it didn't work in Gaza, and Hezbollah is unlikely to back down either. So, again, that's from the Washington Post, that article, and it just talks about how it's, even though Israel is putting a lot of pressure on Hezbollah with these airstrikes and targeting Hezbollah leaders, it's not clear that that's going to be enough to make Hezbollah say, okay, we're not going to attack Israel anymore. We're going to pull away from the border and stop our attacks on northern Israel. And so what does Israel do then? You know, do they do a ground invasion? There's serious risk to doing a ground invasion.
And given the fact also Tyre is so close to the border, whoever...
Yuval says it worked in Gaza. Well, this article has an argument that it hasn't worked in Gaza.
People of the villages came to Tyre.
I mean, it accomplished some things in Gaza, but the previous article I read to you from AP talked about that too. The hostages aren't all back. Hamas has not been completely defeated. It's, you know, now 11 months later. I'm going to ask a poll question. Will Israel do a ground invasion?
The fact is that there are no shelters. People in general will seek open air.
Amber Nick in capital letters says it has worked in Gaza.
These are the places where people will go to seek shelter just in case there are attacks. Now, for the moment, Tyre hasn't been hit. Even in the 2006 war, there were some targeted strikes. They destroyed 4 buildings, 5 buildings in the city. But the surrounding of Tyre is being hit continuously. The villages around Tyre, the suburbs of Tyre, for example, El Hosh, which is just in my background, it's just like 1 kilometer from here, was hit hardly during the past days. So it's about the people being terrified, it's about the feeling, and it's about, of course, the danger, because everyone is airplanes striking the neighborhood, killing people, just like what's been happening in other Lebanese areas.
I'm going to post a poll in the chat. Will Israel launch a ground invasion of Lebanon? What do you think? Over on YouTube, our viewers say, on YouTube, oops, I'll tell you in a second. What did I do here? Sorry, I messed something up. I messed something up. Nope, I messed something up again. Let's try this a third time. Let's try this a third time. Over on YouTube, our viewers say, wow, 64% of you think there'll be a ground invasion of Lebanon. That's a huge deal. The Wall Street Journal had a good article, I think, yesterday about how the difficulties of a ground invasion in Lebanon. Might mention a couple of those things in that article to you. 2/3 of you on YouTube think there's going to be a ground invasion of Lebanon. Over on Twitch, it's about more closer to half, a little over half of you. Be a pretty huge deal if that happens. Oops, my soda water made a noise. I have some soda water here. Thanks so much, Mika Way, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Mika. Trigger Crazy, thank you too. Trigger Crazy, we are on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and X. Thank you, Trigger Crazy. I saw something interesting from the Institute for the Study of War, which I'm going to show you guys too. So again, about 2/3 of you on YouTube think that there's going to be a ground invasion of Lebanon, which would be a huge deal. Slightly more on Twitch than yes say no. 52% say no on Twitch. Mo Craminer thinks Israel will be ready. They've been planning this for years. We're going to wrap up the polls. Steve T says, I don't think they'll move far into Lebanon, but they may go over the border to prep the land for the return of settlers. Magic says they will go in to clear it so people can go back to their own homes. Peugeot says, are there units ready to be deployed in the north? I have read several articles that said Israel has moved some troops to the north, but that they don't seem to have the numbers there yet that they would need to do an invasion. A number of articles I have read have said that. Excuse me. Mr. Kangaroo thinks it's time for Israel to move in now. Checking for updates here. Freedom 2736 says, yes, of course they will invade. Brown Eyes Blue says, I'm afraid things will go to full-scale war. Sorry for the noise there. This is interesting. So the Institute for the Study of War, which is a site that does military analysis, I really like them a lot, ISW. They are at understandingwar.org. Understandingwar.org. So they post these updates about like Ukraine and Iran and different wars going on in Israel. And so they have an update here from yesterday. And they say, we continue to assess that Lebanese Hezbollah will probably continue to conduct rocket attacks into northern Israel despite the ongoing Israeli air campaign, which would increase the risk of an Israeli ground campaign into Lebanon. Returning Israeli citizens to northern Israel requires that Hezbollah cease firing rockets into northern Israel, obviously. Hezbollah Secretary General Nasrallah is extremely unlikely to give the order to cease Hezbollah rocket attacks into northern Israel because he must continue to support his partners in the Axis of Resistance, as we have all previously noted. The Axis of Resistance is a group of Iran and Iran proxy groups, like the Houthis and Hamas. I don't know if Hamas is totally a proxy group, but I believe they're technically in the Axis of Resistance. And Houthis, militias in Iraq and Syria. Yeah, Wikipedia says the Axis of Resistance is an informal Iranian-led political and military coalition. Okay. So you don't have to be a proxy group. It notably includes the Islamic resistance in Iraq, the Syrian government, the Lebanese militant group and political party Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Hamas, and a variety of other Palestinian militant groups. But no, Hamas is not Shia. Hamas is Sunni. So would the Palestinian militant groups, I would think. I don't know about the Houthis, but anyways, so but that, I mean, that's saying it's like, again, in spite of all these airstrikes that are going on and these attacks of Hamas leaders, attacks of Hezbollah leaders, that's no guarantee that Hezbollah is going to say, okay, we're going to stop attacking Israel. The Houthis are Shia. I just looked that up. Anyways, but so, you know, if after a while these rocket attacks are still going on by Hezbollah in northern Israel, what's Israel going to do then? Is ground invasion next up for them? That's really important here. Shaul says the Houthis are Shia, but not the same flavor as the Iranian Shia government.
I can't see anything with this.
Yeah, it's terrible. And sometimes it's really, how to say, misty. It's not a good day for film. Were you here? They bombed when they. You arrived yesterday.
I arrived yesterday,
Did you see the footage? They bombed just there, behind those buildings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the house. Yes, yes. I've been here many times before.
I was here in July.
Let me go back to that. Anyways, I'll post a link to that article in the chat, by the way. The Institute for the Study of War article. I appreciate them letting me show it.
Everywhere was like full of people.
Yes,
It was so nice.
Ooh, they have a map here too. Look. This is kind of neat. Also, in that article, you can find they have a map which shows you Israeli air campaign in Lebanon. Now that's as of yesterday. But it shows you where the airstrikes were, and the red dots are NASA firms data showing fires, and the airplane logos are airstrikes. And there's artillery and unspecified attacks, but mainly southern Lebanon, and then this is the Bekaa Valley. And here. They also, if you want to go look at it, they have a map at Institute for the Study of War, the same article, of attacks into northern Israel from Lebanon. See? And you can see... Oh, this is the Israeli evacuation zone. See, in the X'd out area, that's where the 60,000 people roughly have evacuated from. All these, including Kiryat Shimona, all these towns have been evacuated. That's what Israel wants their people to be able to move back there, and Israel wants Hezbollah to obey the 2006 Security Council Resolution 1701, which ended the 2006 war, and move back behind the Litani River, which is 18 miles from the border. That's according to that resolution. Hezbollah is supposed to be behind that line, but they're not. And then there's Israeli-controlled Golan Heights. This is a nice map, though. It shows you where the attacks have been, the rocket attacks. Not all of them, though. Well, this is Haifa right here? Am I crazy? Let's see. Yeah, that is Haifa sticking out there. But as of today, there was a missile attack on Tel Aviv, which is further south. Anyways, I'll post a link to this article again, but it's neat to have. Institute for the Study of War. I just posted a link to the article. You can check out the maps yourself. Thanks to Crypto King for your support, and thanks for shouting out the mods. Thanks also to, from Gotland, Sweden, Johan Wubach. Thanks, Johan, for your support from Sweden. Our viewer, Lucid Words, thinks the evacuated area is much bigger. The place you say is evacuated, well, the map, it wasn't me, it was the map, thinks that those are the official areas. Well, I don't know. I mean, the ISW says that's the evacuation zone, which is maybe the official evacuation zone. Maybe there's people evacuated from places south of that, but it might not be an official evacuation zone. I mean, I don't think they're lying about the evacuation zone. Remember, that's a long border. It's dozens of miles. So if you have a several mile evacuation zone running the whole border, that's dozens of miles. Frankie says, would Israel have enough soldiers to fight on both sides? Well, they're ramping down the fighting. The fighting has ramped down in Gaza. from where it was. So they've been bringing some soldiers from Gaza to the north. Oh, I see an alert, rocket alert, a rocket alert. Let's go to so far and see where the rocket alert is. So far will tell us. So far will tell us. There it is right there. Rocket alerts in the north center. You know, I don't have a camera in that area. There's a camera over here. There's the Kiryat Shimona camera. That camera up top is the east. Is east. I should put that up there. I'll put the volume up on that camera, but I don't think we'll hear anything. I think it's too far away. You're listening to the sound from the Israel-Lebanon border camera right now, but my guess is it's too far away to hear anything. But we'll see. Again, rocket alerts. That camera is in Kiryat Shimona, but the rocket alerts are here. That is from the SOFAR, TZOFAR alert map, which you can look up. It's a good map. Am I hearing anything? In the distance, maybe? Putting the volume way up. I have the volume up on the top. I don't think we're going to see anything on the top, but maybe you'll hear something. Yes, Sue, it does sound like you're hearing a plane flying overhead. Anyways, I temporarily muted the Tire Lebanon sound. I'll put it on in a second. Israeli Defense Force just said that over the past hour, the Israeli Air Force struck dozens of weapons storage facilities belonging to Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Again, Israel Defense Forces just announced that in the past hour, the IAF struck dozens of weapons storage facilities belonging to Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. That is what the IAF just said. I'm not seeing anything on this camera. Not that many updates at the moment. Not that many updates at the moment. It's 10:38 a.m. Thanks so much to Crypto King for your support. I think I thanked Crypto King, but I'm thanking them again. Thank you also to our new member, Priyavrat Chadari. Priyavrat Chadari. Thank you, Priyavrat. I appreciate it. And the Cynthia Goon from Canada. Thank you so much, Cynthia Goon, for your support. In case you missed it, Hezbollah fired a missile at Tel Aviv in deepest strike yet after Israeli bombardment in Lebanon. That was a few hours ago. AP says Hezbollah launched a missile at Tel Aviv early today in its deepest strike yet into Israel, marking a further escalation after Israeli strikes on Lebanon killed hundreds of people. The Israeli military said it intercepted the surface-to-surface missile which set off air raid sirens in Tel Aviv and across central Israel. There were no reports of casualties or damage. Hezbollah said it fired a Qadr-1 ballistic missile targeting the headquarters of Israel's Mossad intelligence agency, which it blames for the recent string of targeted killings of top Hezbollah commanders and for an attack last week on pagers and walkie-talkies. The Israeli military said it was the first time a projectile fired from Lebanon had reached central Israel. Al Mayadeen which is, I believe they're a Lebanese news channel. Are they affiliated with? They are a Lebanese news channel, Al Mayadeen. They have widely been categorized as pro-Hezbollah, says Wikipedia. They said that the Qadr 1 missile, if that's indeed what it was, hold on. Well, they said a Qadr 1 was used for the first time today. I don't know if it was really a new type of missile that was used for that launch towards Tel Aviv. I have no idea. Connor Murphy says, are they still planning on going on a full siege in Gaza and cutting off humanitarian aid and considering everyone an enemy? No, well, the actual story was that Netanyahu was considering a plan to put the north of Gaza under siege, where you would basically give people a certain amount of time to leave, and then if they didn't leave, they would be considered an enemy and the supplies would be cut off after the deadline. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that was what the story was, that it was being considered for northern Gaza. Now, one moment. Not many updates. I think the missile from at Tel Aviv is the biggest news of the day so far. Excuse me. You know, there's a headline in Haaretz today. It's a similar headline. I'm starting to see headlines like this. Haaretz has a headline, Israel hoping Lebanon attacks force Hezbollah to make a deal, but the war may drag on. There have been some airstrikes this morning, but not on any cameras that I have. Amplicity, thank you, Amplicity. I appreciate that. Amplicity says, please check flight radar. UK and US Air Force is present heading towards Lebanon around the perimeter, along with Navy Globemaster for UAV info. So look, my standard response with flight radar stuff is, I don't know what's normally happening day to day on flight radar. So there might be something which looks like it's really important, but actually it's something which happens like regularly. So I can't really look at it and say, wow, that's significant. So what I do is there's people I follow who really know the flight radar. And if something big is happening on flight radar that's not the usual, they will say it. I have not heard any reports of anything on flight radar that's out of the ordinary. I will check it, but again, you really need to know, like, you can see something and it might be like, wow, that plane is there, but maybe it's there every 3 days, you know? So none of the people I follow have said anything about anything big happening on flight radar right now. But I can look at what you mentioned. I'm happy to do that. But just so you know, I am not in a position to draw conclusions from it. Thank you, Amplicity. I appreciate it. Somehow the weather is on now. Why is the weather on? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a U.S. Navy. My assumption is that it might just be a regular thing. I mean, yeah, this is a drone. This is a U.S. drone which is flying around off the coast of Israel and Lebanon, which is interesting. But, I mean, for all I know, like every day the last 6 months it's been flying around there. I mean, the U.S. regularly has naval assets in these areas. So that doesn't mean there's any kind of big thing about to happen. But it's interesting to see. But if that was some kind of like new thing today that portended like imminent action, I would be hearing about that from different people, and I haven't been hearing that. Trenton says they do it every day. It's interesting to see, though. No, Frankie, no update on Yahya Sinwar. Some stories came out a few days ago saying he'd been out of touch for a while, and there's no positive there's no positive evidence that he's dead, but it's being considered because he's been out of touch for a while. No update on that for you. Yeah, and the other flight that I think Amplicity might have mentioned, there's like a UK Air Force plane which looks like it took off from Cyprus and is actually going this way now. So again, and for all I know, it goes back and forth every day or every other day in that area. I just don't know. But that plane's over there. That's going away from Israel. Thank you again to Frankie and Amplicity. Saad is wondering if people get paid for their webcams. I mean, you can get paid for your webcam if somebody wants to pay you for it. So if you had a webcam in an area that was showing a lot, maybe a news agency would contact you and offer to pay. But, I mean, I don't know how that all works because I've never done it. But I'm sure there are people in conflict areas who sell their footage. I mean, these people doing this camera might just be professional camera people who live in the area. Or they could be, I don't know if they're like fully employed with Reuters or they're just people that Reuters knows, you know. I don't know. Thanks to Anonymous Gifter for gifting a sub in Twitch. You know, yesterday we were watching and there was sort of a lull in what was going on, and then all of a sudden Israel conducted that targeted strike which killed the Hezbollah. It was reported that he was the head of their rocket and missile program. That kind of happened all of a sudden. You never know what's going to happen. Thank you to Jeff Buddington, by the way. Thanks also Glitch Audio for the subscription on Twitch. Thanks Glitch Audio. Thank you to Skoyatolo 56 on Twitch. Thank you.
Should be all good, okay?
By the way, little news item today I wanted to mention. Oopsie. UK sends troops to Cyprus, anticipating mass Lebanon evacuation. That's from Reuters. Britain is moving troops to Cyprus to help its nationals leave Lebanon, as Prime Minister Keir Starmer warned. Escalation in fighting between Israel and Hezbollah was pushing the region towards the brink. The UK government said 700 troops would travel to Cyprus, bolstering its presence in the area where it already has 2 Royal Navy ships, aircraft, and transport helicopters. Events in the past days and hours have demonstrated how volatile the situation is, which is why our message is clear. British nationals should leave now, said the Defense Secretary John Healey. Our government is ensuring all preparations are in place to support British nationals should the situation deteriorate. Fierce fighting this week between Israel and the Iran-backed Lebanese Hezbollah has increased fears that nearly a year of conflict will explode and destabilize the Middle East, where a war between Hamas and Israel is already raging in Gaza. Prime Minister Starmer said all parties need to pull back from the brink. Ken says up to 10K Brits in the area. Is that too true? There are tens of thousands of Americans there. BBC says an estimated 10,000 UK citizens are currently in Lebanon. The Defense Department of the U.S. said a couple years ago over 80,000 U.S. citizens are in Lebanon. I don't know how many are there right this second. Yeah, one of our viewers, Susie Irish, says dual citizenship. I don't know if some of the British and Americans there are dual citizens. Could be. I got another alert here, another rocket alert. This one is for, let's check, so far, it is for, is that near Kiryat Shimona? Northeast Israel. I think we should put up this, let's put up this right here. Let's put up that camera right there. Let's up the volume of it. Turn down this volume. A bunch of alerts for northeast, for the northeast. No, it's south of Kiryat Shimona. It's south of here, south of this camera, but in the northeast. Look, right there. The camera we're looking at is up here. These are all in here. We just heard, we're hearing it right now. We're hearing interceptions. We're hearing interceptions. A lot of them. A lot of interceptions. Also, there's just been an airstrike in Sidon. New airstrike in Sidon. Look, guys. That's Sidon right there. Not Sidon, entire Lebanon. Airstrike entire Lebanon. New airstrike entire Lebanon right now. Different place. But I'm letting you know that's happening too. So lots of interceptions we just heard on the eastern northern border area. We just heard it on this camera. And then a new airstrike in Tyre, Lebanon. Right there, you can see it. So both those things going on at the same time. You see something up there on the top? But we just heard a lot of interceptions on this camera right here. At the same time, up in Lebanon, in Tyre, there was an airstrike which you just saw. Just heard some sort of announcement there. But it sounded like we heard about 20 interceptions. Wow. We couldn't see it because the camera was pointed in. This camera is like, I think, pointed north. The interceptions were behind the camera, but we heard the interceptions. I'll play it again in a second, but just to go back to it, that is Tyre, Lebanon, where that airstrike happened around the same time as the interceptions. That airstrike happened in Tyre, Lebanon. So what I'll do is I'll put both of these back up. That's Tyre, Lebanon. Put the audio back on there. There might have been a boom there. I mean, I think in my experience with that camera, we would not have heard that. But, and then we'll take this and we'll put that back up here. We heard a lot of interceptions right there. Do you want me to replay the interceptions again? You want? I'll actually get the clip. What was that? About 5 minutes ago? 5-6 minutes ago? I'm gonna download the clip. In a second, I'll play you the replay of the interceptions that we heard. Okay, I'm going to replay that. I'm going to replay the video, the booms we just saw, or the interceptions we just heard. Mr. Ray Romantico, thank you, says, how long can Israel keep the interceptions up? I'm not aware that they're at any risk at all of being of having a shortage of interceptors, if that's what you're arguing. I've heard nothing about any kind of shortage of interceptors they would face at this point. Oh, more, another strike, another strike. Look, guys, look, another strike, another strike. Two. Was there a little boom there? I didn't hear. That's entire Lebanon. Look, another one. I was looking down, and I look up, and I start seeing smoke. Did you guys hear a boom or anything? I'm gonna turn down this. Turn up the audio from just there. Somebody said they heard a boom. I'm going to have to rewind it on my phone and see.
On the horizon, we just heard another explosion incoming.
There you go.
Israeli fire. We can't tell exactly what's been hit, but this area.
Yes, actually, I heard of the killing of
there was some outgoing fire.
Oh, what's this? Now, what's going on the border camp? Just panning around.
Here in southern Lebanon.
Here in the country, personally, I know him very well. I know him really for the past 22 years, and of course, it's saddening to the journalistic body here in the country. Of course, it shows how this wave of strikes. There's another strike right now in the same place, just the same area where the first strike.
Hang on one moment.
And of course, we have nothing to say about what has happened because we don't know what's there.
Gonzalo Ramirez.
Civilians there. Of course, in a few minutes, the ambulances will start rushing to try to rescue them. There are casualties. Just gives you a picture of how things are.
Yes. There was a boom. There was a boom before that strike. I'm listening to it.
Distance between Beirut and Tyre is somewhere 75 kilometers.
I think.
Some people are taking this.
Yeah, I think on this shot there was a boom right before the smoke started coming out.
Bit of explanation. This is an area with three populations. There are Lebanese, the Palestinian refugees, and there are also
So we've
Syrians.
seen several airstrikes in Tyre, Lebanon
So these
in the
three
last little
communities
while.
live together in southern Lebanon. And now these people are leaving.
We're hearing a
Everyone is
reporter
trying to
speak.
find
He's
their own
speaking
way.
near this camera, which is why you're
Safer
hearing the
area.
reporter.
As I was telling you in the last bulletin, people of the villages are coming to Tyre. People of Tyre are leaving towards Beirut. And it depends on the resources, the capabilities, and of course, some people even do not have places to live in. So, even around us, some people are just staying in parks, on the beach, anywhere, just to try as much as possible to keep themselves away from the danger.
نعم بالفعل الدعاء طبعا كما تشاهدون الكاميرا الان هذه الغاره في ضاحيه الحوت القريبه جدا من مدينه طور وما يليها من قرى وضيعات استهدفت بسلسلة كبيرة جدا من الغارات في اللحظات والدقائق الماضية. ربما سحب الدخان ما زالت تتصاعد من بعض هذه الغارات، لكن الغارات شملت العديد بالفعل من قرى والضياع اللبنانية في تلك المنطقة. الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يكثف غاراته على هذه المنطقة.
Thank you to NightFox92 on Twitch for your support. Another, did I just hear another boom right now? Did I just hear another one right now? I thought I heard a boom. Maybe I didn't. I thought I just did. We'll see if the camera pans or something. Yeah, people in the chat heard it. People in the chat heard it. I don't know. Could be a secondary explosion, or maybe it was just something else. But yeah, a number of people heard it.
It's very clear.
Maybe they'll pan the camera around.
Playing on the ceiling. This is not yet.
It was similar to what it sounded like before the last one.
Israel is still not hitting on the infrastructure of the Lebanese government, electricity, bridges, all kind of facilities. And this kind of draws a thin line between a war and a total escalation, which is what the economy witness, whether around us here in Tyre, or where Iran is, or towards the northeast. However, with the situation evolving in this way, it's clear that things are getting out of control gradually, and they've been getting out of control gradually for the past 11 months. Now, with Hezbollah launching Al-Qadr 1 missile towards Tel Aviv and hitting the surroundings of Haifa, and Israel on a daily basis hitting the cities or around the cities or in the southern suburbs, things are becoming very difficult.
I gotta get rid of this one now. Hold on. But some of that, what that guy was saying was interesting. You know, I think what happened is the 2 days ago, like there were no reporters on this beach that I saw. 2 days ago, when this all started, and Israel did the first big that day of like crazy airstrikes, there were so many airstrikes on this that you could see from this beach. And this camera was there, but I don't think there were any reporters there. And so I think after that first day, news agencies started sending their reporters here. So now you have several reporters who are clearly standing near this camera talking all at once. Evie Shore says it was just us. I mean, it was just like a couple people running the camera, and they weren't doing any reporting that I could hear. There were so many airstrikes that first day. So I think it's become like a more popular spot. One of our viewers said, did you hear, Don Swain said, did you hear that Hezbollah asked Iran to intervene and Iran denied the request? There was some article I read that claimed that. You got to be careful with those reports. I mean, we don't know that for a fact. From what I recall, it was an article that said some source claimed that that happened, but maybe it's true. I don't know. I'll have to see if I think I posted it on my X account. I mean, it wasn't as simple as like, please help us know. I think it was the way the article was saying it was like that Iran thought it was not the right time or something like that, or I don't know. But again, when the article I read that said it wasn't saying like this definitely happened. Ken Alloway said Sky and BBC had reporter right there yesterday. Go Niners says claimed that Iran refused while the president was at the UN. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember something like that. Anyways, I don't have that handy right now, but it's an interesting idea, but I don't know, I don't know if it's true. I also, this whole idea that like Hezbollah needs to ask Iran for help. I mean, Iran is like the major supporter of Hezbollah. So I don't think Iran is sitting there like watching TV and gets a phone call. Hey, it's Hezbollah. You guys got to help us. Are you turn the channel to the news, Iran? Look what's happening to us. Come, you got to help us. Now, I'm sure they're very well aware of what's going on. They're constantly talking to them, and it's an ongoing conversation, is what I would think. Believe me, Iran does not want Hezbollah to get destroyed. They are an important part of Iran's foreign policy. I'm sure Iran is all over this. Oh, I was going to show the replay of rocket alerts from a few minutes ago. Let me do that. Let me show that. So this is a few minutes ago where we saw, I got to cue it up here, but it's where this was northern Israel where a bunch of rockets got intercepted. I'm going to turn down that sound. I'm going to actually, what I'm going to really do is mute it for a second. Minutes ago in northern Israel. Minutes ago in northern Israel. Ready? Here we go. We're going to play this now. We're playing this now. But I have to mute this. All right, and let's play this. Minutes ago in northern Israel. I may need to turn this, see how the volume is. I have to get the volume bumped up. Give me a moment here. Let me bump up the, can I bump up the volume more? You can hear it, but it's faint. I don't know why it's so faint. I can replay my own broadcast. I can do that. Oh, there you go. I think I might want to replay my own broadcast. Let me do that. Because I had the volume bumped up on my own broadcast. Here, hold on. That's what I'm going to do. Give me a moment. Let me replay my own broadcast, and that'll make it easier for you guys to hear. Okay. All right, here. So this is going to be, excuse me. What did I do here? Wait, one sec, one sec. Everything is fine. What did I do here? This is not northern Israel anymore. That's Tyre, Lebanon. That's live. But I need to put something on the screen. What's happening here now? Something or nothing? More airstrikes live. Wow, look at that. More airstrikes in Tyre, Lebanon, guys. That just happened. That's a live shot. That is live right now. Look at that. Wow. Live right now. I'm going to brighten this up a little bit. They're a little dark on their picture. Going to make it a little brighter for you. Had to do this yesterday. Wow. There you go. It's windy there today, and the smoke clouds are dispersing pretty quickly. More than a couple days ago. You can hear the wind. But those were pretty big, it looked like. Yes, it is windy. According to Google, the wind is 12, not even the sustained wind is 12 miles an hour. That's why the clouds blow. Oh, another one just happened. Wow. Wow. We have seen a bunch in the last 45 minutes in Tyre, Lebanon, a bunch of airstrikes. Wow. So we are seeing another bunch of airstrikes in Tyre, Lebanon. Especially the last 15 minutes or so. There have been airstrikes, Israeli airstrikes in other parts of Lebanon today too, but we're really seeing a bunch now in Tyre. Thank you to Stacks for your support. Thank you, Stacks. And thank you to Trigger Crazy. I really appreciate your support, Trigger Crazy. Thank you. Also, Bernard Bork from Canada. Thank you. Thanks so much to our moderators, too, over there on Twitch. LB Prairie Dawn, I got that fire. Sarah and Surly Dev, thank you. On Facebook, K. Lowry Body. Valerie Gale Griffin, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, thank you. Also on YouTube, Cynthia Moon, thank you. Sabrina, RJ, Ruth Krafasi, thank you. Sorry the Nightbot isn't working temporarily. We'll get that fixed, hopefully. I can't fix it myself, but I have put out the word. So hopefully we can get that fixed. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you. And thanks to our Facebook subscribers over there, like Eve Richards, Lou Green, Marie Minicello, Diane Allworth, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Missy Karadi. Thanks, Missy, for subscribing. Appreciate all of our subscribers over there on Facebook. And also our Twitch subscribers. Thank you so much. Wall Street and Shaggy. Annie Cush. Glitch Audio. Lee0946. Night Owl. And all of our YouTube members too. Thank you. Charlie Mantell, Brian Moss, Susie Irish, Sol Kai, Doug Cahill, Thomas, Marissa Pugliese, Drip Collins, Brian Beelman, Jean Romaine, Misconstrue, Infinite Princess, Bodo, Green Giant, Lisa Marie Pritchard, Rose Petal, Trigger Crazy, Oscar Fisher, Go Niners, Otis Fats, Trav, Charles Paul, Jake the Snake, Nick Van Sickle, Spill the Tea, Teresa Moulton, Don, Kimberly, Stacks, Cheryl Sips, and all of our other members too on YouTube. Oscar Fisher, Ian Palmer, all that's random. Brian Moss, thank you. Members on YouTube. Steve Suda, Delta Papa. Thank you. All right, I'm going to show you guys. I keep trying to show you every time. I feel like every time I show you, there's airstrikes. I'm going to show you the when we heard the interceptions. That's right here. So this was. I'm going to mute this. I'm going to mute that, and then I'm going to get on the screen. Right now, hold on. I'm doing it right now. Trust me. I'll leave the audio on for a second. Well, no, I'm going to get this done. Let's see. Get rid of this. I'll leave that up there. I'll get rid of it. We need to get this on the screen. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Uh-oh. It's not there anymore? Here it is. I'm going to show you right now. This is a replay of when we heard lots of interceptions a few minutes ago. There I am, right there. You can see me. Uh-oh, what happened? Okay. So there I am. There's that. Minutes ago in northern Israel. So this is a replay. And you're going to hear me talking. And I'll put the audio up. Here we go. Here is the replay of minutes ago. Is up here. These are all in here. We just heard. We're hearing it right now. We're hearing interceptions. We're hearing interceptions. lot of them. A lot of interceptions. Also, there's just been an airstrike in Sidon. New airstrike in Sidon. Look, guys. That's Sidon right there. Not Sidon, entire Lebanon. Airstrike entire Lebanon. New airstrike entire Lebanon right now. Different place, but I'm letting you know that's happening too. So lots of interceptions we just heard on the eastern northern border area. We just heard it on this camera. And then a new airstrike in entire Lebanon. Right there, you can see it. So both those things going on at the same time. The interceptions are when Israel fires missiles to take down the incoming rockets from Lebanon. So that was just a few minutes. That was a few minutes ago that happened. Wow, crazy. All right, now back to live shot. Now back to the live shot. That's Israel. That's Israel-Lebanon border west, actually, not east, it's west. So I gotta fix that. Oh, Guy Elster says Hezbollah fired 40 rockets. I think there were 40 rockets in that rocket barrage we heard. A nursing home was hit. Wow. Hold on. I'm looking at the video. I'll post Guy's. So I believe that was the barrage that we were listening to. Yes. Guy Elster, who's a reporter in Israel, said there were 40 rockets and a nursing home was hit. Let me get some more information on that. I was wondering if anything got hit. Yes, a rocket launched by Hezbollah from Lebanon impacted the northern city of Safed, causing damage. MDA says there are no injuries. So no injuries reported, but there was an impact causing damage. I just posted some pictures and a video in the chat. A building was hit in northern Israel. Look, that's why people have left northern Israel, because of those rocket attacks, basically, and some other attacks. And that's why Israel is saying, Israel wants that to stop so they can move the people back. That's what this is about right now. They want Hezbollah to stop attacking northern Israel and move back from the border. Yes, so here's what Israel Defense Forces said about that barrage that we just heard all the interceptions of. Israel says about 40 launches were detected in the Upper Galilee area that crossed from the territory of Lebanon. Some of them were intercepted. A rocket fall was detected in protected housing in the Safed area. I think that was what Guy Elster said was the nursing home. There were no injuries. The terrorist organization Hezbollah continues to carry out launches against civilian areas and institutions in Israel's hinterland. The IDF continues to attack terrorist targets in Hezbollah's ammunition depots. So again, in that barrage, it sounded like we heard like maybe 20 or more interceptions. They said there were 40 rockets fired, and there was one rocket that landed without getting shot down, and that hit a building, reportedly a nursing home, but no injuries. Thank you, Mr. Ray Romantico, for the gift membership. That's very kind of you. Thanks also to Trigger Crazy. I really appreciate that, Trigger Crazy. Thank you. So again, more airstrikes, more rocket fire today. More airstrikes, more rocket fire. Give me 1 second here. Did I miss an IDF announcement? I thought where they said they were conducting strikes today. Did I miss that? Oh, you know what? I missed it. I missed it. Thanks. A viewer messaged me about this. Faye Tuck's News had posted about it too. The IDF, like 40 minutes ago, said we are attacking widely in southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley in eastern Lebanon. Okay, so I just missed. I mean, we've been watching airstrikes on this feed in southern Lebanon, but the IDF did make an announcement on their Telegram. They said we are conducting wide attacks in southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, which is eastern Lebanon, and that they posted that 40 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago. So I'm sorry I missed that. Thanks to the viewer for letting me know. Well, we've been seeing strikes in the last 40 minutes on this camera. Yeah, Robert Slava Ukraini had messaged me. And thanks Faye Tux for posting about it. The Telegram account, the Hot News, Israel news account, posted a statement from a local official in northern Israel who said fire crews from Galil Golan station are working on a direct hit to a building. That was the one we were just talking about before, from a rocket hit with no injuries. We heard it was no injuries from the IDF. But they said we're working on a direct hit to a building and a number of open area fires in the Safed and Rosh Pina areas that broke out following rocket fire from Lebanon. The firefighters searched for victims and cut off energy sources in the building that suffered extensive damage and are working to stop the spread of fires in open areas in the area. Again, no reports of injuries from that. So I guess it's Safed. Safed, just so you know, the Safed area is northern Israel, north of Sea of Galilee. And we were listening to the Kiryat Shimona camera, and we heard interceptions from the rockets in this area here. Thanks to Kimberly for your support. I really appreciate that, Kimberly. Thank you. And Wrecked GG for subscribing. And Gas Station Sushi for your support on Twitch. Thank you, Urs Wiesendanger. I think Urs might be in Switzerland. Urs says, I feel for all the people directly involved. We are all involved in a sense. I hope this settles down soon. I say it every day, but it doesn't look like it's settling down right now. And Hezbollah is not showing signs yet that it is going to say, okay, Israel, we'll stop attacking northern Israel. And if they don't do that, then Israel, who knows, they might consider a ground invasion of southern Lebanon. You know, Tony Del Monte mentioned to me, thanks Tony, that Reuters had posted this article. Look at this. Hezbollah's tunnels and flexible command weather Israel's deadly blows. That's from Reuters from today. They just posted it a few minutes ago. Reuters says, Hezbollah's flexible chain of command, together with its extensive tunnel network and a vast arsenal of missiles and weapons it has bolstered over the past year, is helping it weather unprecedented Israeli strikes. Three sources familiar with Hezbollah's operation said. Sort of feels like a PR piece for Hezbollah, but you never know. I mean, it's people who Reuters interviewed. This is what they're saying. Israel's assault on Hezbollah over the past week, including targeting of senior commanders and the deterioration of booby-trapped pagers and walkie-talkies, has left the powerful Lebanese Shiite militant group and political party reeling. On Friday, Israel killed the commander who founded and led the group's elite Radwan force, Ibrahim Akil, and since Monday, Lebanon's deadliest day of violence in decades, the health ministry says more than 560 people, among them 50 children, have died in air barrages. The Israeli military chief of staff said on Sunday that Akil's death had shaken the organization. Israel says its strikes have destroyed thousands of Hezbollah rockets and shells, but two of the sources familiar with Hezbollah operations said the group swiftly appointed replacements for Akil and other senior figures killed in Friday's airstrike. Hezbollah leader Syed Hassan Nasrallah said in an August 1st speech that the group quickly fills gaps whenever a leader is killed. A fourth source, a Hezbollah official, told Reuters the attack on communications devices put 1,500 fighters out of commission because of their injuries, with many having been blinded or having their hands blown off. Unbelievable. While that is a major blow, it represents a fraction of Hezbollah's strength, which a report to the U.S. Congress on Friday put at 40 to 50,000 fighters. Nasrallah said the group has 100,000 fighters. Since October, when Hezbollah began firing at Israel in support of its ally Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah has redeployed fighters to frontline areas in the south, including some from Syria, the three sources said. It also has been bringing rockets into Lebanon at a fast pace, anticipating a drawn-out conflict, the sources said, adding that the group sought to avoid all-out war. One thing to remember about Lebanon and Hezbollah as opposed to Gaza. You know, Gaza, it's a lot harder to bring stuff in because Gaza is surrounded by water, Israel, and Egypt. And that's it. And as of now, Israel controls the Egypt border with Gaza. But that's not the case with Hezbollah because Lebanon, you can look on a map and see. Hold on a second here. So there's Lebanon. Look, huge border with Syria. It has a huge border with Syria. So certainly that would be a way for Iran to bring in stuff to Lebanon is through the giant border with Syria. Let's see here. Let me keep reading that for you. Reuters also says the Hezbollah source told Reuters the group sought to avoid all-out war. Hezbollah's main supporter and weapons supplier is Iran. The group is the most powerful faction in Tehran's axis of resistance of allied irregular forces across the Middle East. Many of its weapons are Iranian, Russian, or Chinese models. The sources, who all asked not to be named because of the sensitivity of the matter, did not provide details of the weapons or where they were bought. Andreas Krieg, a senior lecturer at the School of Security Studies at King's College London, said while Hezbollah operations had been disrupted by the past week's attacks, the group's networked organizational structure helped make it an extremely resilient force. This is the most formidable enemy Israel has ever faced on the battlefield, not because of numbers and tech, but in terms of resilience, he said. This article in Reuters also says powerful missiles. The group has yet to say whether it has watched any of its most potent precision-guided missiles, such as the Fateh 110, an Iranian-made ballistic missile with a range of about up to 340 miles, and Hezbollah's and the Fateh, and those missiles have 450 to 500 kilogram warheads, according to Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. Hezbollah's rocket attacks are possible because the chain of command has kept functioning despite the group suffering. A brief spell of disarray after the pagers and radios detonated, one of the sources said to Reuters. The three sources said Hezbollah's ability to communicate is underpinned by a dedicated fixed-line telephone network, which it has described as critical to its communications and continues to work, as well as by other devices. Many of its fighters were carrying older models of pagers, for example, that were unaffected by the attack. Reuters could not independently verify this information. Most injuries from the exploding pagers were in Beirut, far from the front. Reuters also says, if the chain of command breaks, Hezbollah's frontline fighters are trained to operate in small independent clusters comprised of a few villages near the border, capable of fighting Israeli forces for long periods, the senior source added. That is precisely what happened in 2006 during the last war between Hezbollah and Israel, when the group's fighters held out for weeks, some in frontline villages invaded by Israel. This article also gives a little background. Israel says it has escalated attacks on Hezbollah to degrade Hezbollah's capabilities and make it safe for tens of thousands of displaced Israelis to return to their homes in northern Israel near the Lebanon border, which they fled when Hezbollah began firing rockets on October 8th. Prime Minister Netanyahu's government says it prefers to reach a negotiated agreement that would see Hezbollah withdraw from the border region, but stands ready to continue its bombing campaign if Hezbollah refuses and does not rule out any military options. Hezbollah's resilience means the fighting has raised fears of a protracted war that could suck in the U.S., especially if Israel launches and gets bogged down in a ground offensive in southern Lebanon. This is an interesting article from Reuters. Let me keep reading a couple more things from this article. Again, the article is Hezbollah's tunnels and flexible command weather Israel's deadly blows. Now, again, I'm not sure. Part of this seems like Hezbollah trying to put out a good view of how it's doing. The sources for this article, some of them are three sources familiar with Hezbollah's operations. But, you know, it's interesting to consider this perspective of how they could weather these Israeli attacks. Reuters says, and what two of the sources said was an indication of how well some of Hezbollah's weapons are hidden. On Sunday, rockets were launched from areas of southern Lebanon that had been targeted by Israel shortly before, the two sources said. Hezbollah is believed to have an underground arsenal, and last month published footage that appeared to show its fighters driving trucks with rocket launchers through tunnels. The sources did not specify if the rockets fired on Sunday were launched from underground. New Defense Minister Yoav Golan said Monday's barrage had destroyed tens of thousands of Hezbollah rockets and munitions. Okay. Boaz Shapira, a researcher at Alma, an Israel think tank that specializes in Hezbollah, said Israel has yet to target strategic sites such as long-range missiles and drone sites. I don't think we are anywhere near finishing this, Shapira said. Hezbollah's arsenal is believed to comprise, I think it means comprise, it's supposed to be comprised of some 150,000 rockets, the U.S. Congress report said. Krieg said its most powerful long-range ballistic missiles were kept below ground. Hezbollah has spent years building a tunnel network, says Reuters, that by Israeli estimates extends for hundreds of kilometers. The Israeli military said Monday's airstrikes hit Hezbollah missile launch sites hidden under homes in southern Lebanon. So again, tunnels. They could be keeping lots of stuff in tunnels. Oh, they do have lots of tunnels. Tim Apple says, so they do have tunnels. Yes, they do. More than Hamas has, supposedly. Here's something about it in the Reuters article. The group's arsenal and tunnels have expanded since the 2006 war. Especially precision guidance systems, leader Nasrallah has said. Hezbollah officials have said the group has used a small part of the arsenal in fighting over the past year. Israeli officials have said Hezbollah's military infrastructure is tightly meshed into the villages and communities of southern Lebanon, with ammunition and missile launcher pads stored in houses throughout the area. Okay. Israel has been pounding some of those villages for months to degrade Hezbollah's capabilities. Confirmed details on the tunnel network remains scarce. A 2021 report by Alma, an Israeli think tank that specializes in Hezbollah, said Iran and North Korea both helped Hezbollah build up the network of tunnels in the aftermath of the 2006 war. Israel has already struggled to root out Hamas commanders and self-reliant fighting units from tunnels crisscrossing Gaza. A senior research fellow at the Institute for the National Security Studies in Tel Aviv, Kamit Valenci, said, "The tunnels is one of our biggest challenges in Gaza, and it's certainly something we could meet in Lebanon." Krieg, who is an expert they talked to in this article, Krieg from King's College London, said, unlike Gaza, where most tunnels are manually dug into a sandy soil, the tunnels in Lebanon had been dug deep in mountain rock. They are far less accessible than in Gaza and even less easy to destroy, said that expert. So, something to keep in mind is this supposed very large network of tunnels in Lebanon that Hezbollah has, where they supposedly keep much of their weaponry. So something to keep in mind. Anyways, very interesting article from Reuters. Thanks, Tony Del Monte, for letting me know they had just posted that article. Hey, thanks to Inedible Fairy, who says if Israel didn't have Iron Dome, they would be in the same situation. Just because they have Iron Dome doesn't mean they can't defend themselves. Thank you, Inedible Fairy, for your support, and Mez from Australia from your support.
Well, just after we finished, there were another 4 airstrikes, also covering the skyline behind me.
This reporter is talking again.
In the same neighborhood that we spoke about, Al Haush, and there were another ones in Bazuriye, Burj Shamali, and to the back. Now, for now it's clear, but anytime from now, there might be airstrikes. And it's clear that there are kind of very short between one hit and another. For the moment, we have no clue whether they are casual. But given the fact, maybe Ali can show us this neighborhood. The neighborhood of Hosh is a residential neighborhood. A lot of people living there, so there might be casualties. Though the fact is that many people have left, many people decided to evacuate towards safer areas, whether to Tyre, where we are right now, or much more north towards the capital. But the fact is that also this is just the beginning of the day. It's just 12 o'clock here, local time. And if we have to compare this to what's been happening over the past 2 days, probably there's more to come, and probably more people are to leave.
Give me 1 second here.
Yes, indeed. I mean, first of all, with 600, at least 550 people killed over the past 48 hours, which is just half what was killed during the 33 days war in 2006. This gives you an indication how much indiscriminate the attacks are. And regarding the cameraman, Kamel Karaki, he was a cameraman, very known in the country. And actually, personally, I know him very well. I know him since 22 years. He was killed today in Al-Qantara, towards the south. And this adds the number of journalists killed in Lebanon since the beginning of this conflict to 4. Isam al-Abdullah on the 13th of October, Farah Omar and Rabi' Ma'mari from Al-Madin, and now we have Kamel Karaki.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Give me one more second. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that reporter mentioned like a cameraman who was killed. I don't have the details on that. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Chris Christie, who's a reporter in LA, said, shooting suspect behind the wheel of the hijacked MTA bus in downtown LA, unknown condition of hostages. I hadn't heard about that story. Chris Christie is a helicopter reporter with ABC7. One of the viewers said they were launching a live stream of it, I believe. I cannot steal the stream. I don't have the rights to that footage, just to be clear. Is the chase over or still going on? I don't know. Not really the topic here, but oh, it looks like somebody is actually one of our viewers mentioned there's a channel, AXN News, and it actually looks like they are like they literally have their own camera. It doesn't look like they're stealing the footage. It looks like they have their own camera. Somebody on YouTube named AXN News. You can go check it out if you want. But it does look like it's literally their shot. Nick Van Sickle says they are a stringer. They're like a news person. Like they sell footage and stuff. Yeah, so anyways, he does a lot of police-related streams, says Kate Rose. Okay, so again, if you go to AXN News on YouTube, you can check it out. Thanks to our viewer for mentioning that. He was just showing. He's showing the bus. He's about 200 feet. He's like 100 feet from the bus. I'll let you know what I hear. Thanks so much to Angel Baby Max for the gift membership. Thank you. So windy, very windy there today. Got to turn it down a little bit. Mr. Ray Romantico, thanks for another gift membership. So nice of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I get all messed up with the time when I looked at that footage from, I get used to it being Israel and Lebanon time, and it's obviously daytime there. It's the middle of the day. And then when I turn on that stream of the person who was showing the bus in LA, I'm like, why is it dark there? But of course, it's because it's, 2 a.m. there. We saw a number of airstrikes here about, I'd say, 45 minutes to an hour ago. Haven't seen any for a little while. The Supreme Leader's account on X, I just saw this, the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei on X posted this. Hezbollah is the victor. That's from the official Supreme Leader of Iran account. Posted 50 minutes ago. Oh, I just saw, what is this? Wow. I just saw a picture of an airstrike in Lebanon. In Nabatea. It's pretty, I'll post the picture, I'll post it in the chat. And I'm gonna repost it on my X account. It's in southern Lebanon, I think. Yes, southern Lebanon. The picture will not post. It won't post right. I have to do this myself. Hang on. I'm going to post a link to this photo right now. But it's like a building getting blown up. It's from Al Jadid News, which is a big news channel, Lebanese news channel. It's one of the leading independent Lebanese. It is an independent Lebanese, one of the leading TV channels in Lebanon. Hey, thanks Alicia Alexander for the gift memberships. Thank you, Alicia. It's really nice of you. Thanks also to Ruth Skogstrom, our new member, Ruth Skogstrom. Thank you, Ruth. Oh, I also just saw a report here. Hold on.
اسرائيل او احكي مع المدير بخليك تصور له لقطات للاطفال بدي صور اطفال.
Where is this? There is reporting of a significant Israeli airstrike north of Beirut. Multiple dead. Yes, for the first time, the IDF attacks in the area of Mount Lebanon and in a town that is located north of Beirut, says Israeli military radio. For the first time, GLZ Radio, I'll post this in the chat and you can see the pictures. GLZ Radio reports for the first time the IDF attacks in the area of Mount Lebanon in a town that is located north of Beirut, about 70 miles from the border. Additional attacks are also carried out in the area of Nabatea and the Bekaa Valley in eastern Lebanon. There are reports of many casualties. So I'm going to post this link to this GLZ radio post with photos of these attacks. So new significant airstrikes by Israel reported in not southern Lebanon, north of Beirut and eastern Lebanon. I just posted it on my X account too. My X account is @Lookner. You can find me there on X. I post stuff there, especially when I'm not on the air. I post a lot of stuff there. News updates. GLZ radio is Israeli military radio. It's a good news source. N12 News Israel said it is reported in Lebanon dead and wounded in the latest attack north of Beirut. Remember, this is not... Beirut is not in the south, guys. Beirut is in the middle of the country. There's Beirut. There's the border. And we're talking about north of Beirut. I'm going to post another picture of this attack north of Beirut for you from Roy Case in the chat. Khan News says the attack in Al Maisra, north of Beirut, was aimed at Sheikh Mohammed Amro, who was responsible for Mount Lebanon, which is a part of Lebanon, and the north in Hezbollah. So, again, reportedly, this a higher up person in Hezbollah, who is responsible for Hezbollah in the north of the country, or at least part of the north of the country, was the target of this major airstrike in north of Beirut. We're hearing that now. And big damage. The picture I just posted in the chat, it's like, this is major. It looks like a building was just flat. A residential building, it looks like. I think we're going to start hearing more about that. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says this morning Israeli Air Force fighter jets have struck more than 100 Hezbollah targets, the IDF says. It sounds like they may have done another targeted strike. NBN Lebanon reports Israeli warplanes targeted the Melita tourist landmark in South Lebanon with 2 missiles. I don't know what that is. Oh, I found it. Tourist landmark of the resistance is a museum operated by Hezbollah in Melita in southern Lebanon. The museum opened in 2010. The site was once an important base for Hezbollah fighters. The guides emphasized the view of Hezbollah being the sole defenders of Lebanon against Israel. It looks like it's a war museum operated by Hezbollah. That's from Wikipedia right there. Here's a photo of it from Wikipedia. So reportedly, NBN Lebanon says Israel has targeted this Hezbollah museum with 2 missiles. That photo is from Wikipedia. From Melita tourist site. Hold on. But it's from the Wikipedia article. From Melita tourist site. Anyways. Again, NBN Lebanon says Israeli warplanes targeted this museum, this Hezbollah museum, with 2 missiles in southern Lebanon. Just got reported. Why did they target a museum? Well, maybe they thought weapons were being stored there, for example. They're doing that, or that it's being used by Hezbollah fighters. Why we're hearing music. Somebody's like playing music on the beach or something. I'm not seeing anything on the other cameras right now. There clearly are a lot of airstrikes going on right now. I mean, I'm giving you these reports that I'm seeing in Israeli media and Lebanese media. It's just they're not on the cameras. You know, we only have cameras in certain locations, but there is a bunch of airstrike activity going on. Can't really play the music. Maybe I'll turn the sound on from the other. Yeah, that's the sound. I have the sound on also from the north, from the Israel-Lebanon border west camera. I gotta turn this one down. So The sound you're hearing now is from the top camera. Most of the sound is from the top camera. Oops, sorry. This should be up. Yeah, Lebanon has launched some rockets today. They have launched some rockets. We were covering it when we heard a bunch of interceptions. They launched a barrage of 40 rockets at northern Israel. We were actually showing the footage and hearing the interceptions. Thanks so much to Kerry Poteet for the gift memberships. Thank you, Kerry. I appreciate that. And Melissa D. Thank you so much for your kind words and your support. Melissa D., thank you. Wessy's Corner Emporium says, what a difference a year makes. Guys, remember a year ago now, if you go back a year, October 7th hadn't even happened yet. October 7th is less than a year ago. Toon says, will Lebanese people rise up against Hezbollah? I sometimes see articles talking about how if Hezbollah, ends up getting into a full-blown war with Israel, people could hold them responsible. I haven't seen analysis talking about any kind of risk of some sort of serious uprising. I mean, they are a very powerful military force, so... But that doesn't mean that I'm sure that some people are not happy with them. But I haven't really seen any kind of analysis that suggests it would put them at risk. Oh, I should mention the article that the Wall Street Journal had about the ground offensive, possible ground offensive. The Wall Street Journal, I'll just kind of summarize. The Wall Street Journal had an article where they say that if Israel fights a ground war in Lebanon, that could turn into a quagmire. One expert they talked to said it's a little like saying to the U.S. in 1980, let's go back into Vietnam. The article talks about how, Hezbollah has a big tunnel network. They have a lot of arms they've gotten from Iran. They have these precision anti-tank weapons they talk about. And they say while it's unlikely that Hezbollah could just decisively defeat Israel, they say that Hezbollah would aim to just get Israel involved in a war of attrition. Anyways, that would be a whole nother thing entirely if Israel decides to go in on the ground. But if they don't, and Hezbollah says, we're not going to stop attacking northern Israel, then what do? Israel says that they're going to do whatever they need to do to make northern Israel safe again for the 60,000 Israelis who've left there. They say it's an official goal of the war. Netanyahu made it a goal of the war last week. Get the hostages back, destroy Hamas, and allow the people to move back to northern Israel. It's an official goal of the war. I feel like so far today, we did have some rocket alerts, definitely, but I don't feel like there's been as many rocket alerts as yesterday. I mean, it's only 12:40 p.m. But I feel like we haven't had as many as yesterday. I mean, but yesterday there were certain times where there were a lot. I'm gonna put the beach sound back on. That's the beach sound. With all the wind there. Times of Israel said Russia is telling its citizens to leave Lebanon on commercial flights as soon as possible for their own safety. Stephen says, same in the UK. You know what I might do? Since it's a little bit of a quiet period right now, we've been on the air for several hours. I might take a few minutes and grab a snack. My thought is to leave these two cameras up because this camera is, in terms of the cameras I have access to, by far there's been the most airstrikes on this camera in Lebanon, entire Lebanon. So my thought is to leave this one as the main one up while I'm grabbing a snack because that's most likely to have things happening on it. So I'll leave that one up, and I have the small one up there. But I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to go for very long. I'm not having a whole meal. I'm just going to grab a snack. I don't need a whole meal. Just some sort of snack. So give me a few minutes, take a little break, and then I'll come back in a few minutes after my snack, and we'll continue. And if it's anything that happens during the snack, I'll just come right in here. Let me just do that. Just quickly, but it feels like the right time to do that. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here. Really appreciate it. Hold on a second. Shout out our mods. Oops. Thank you to over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn. I got that fire, Sarah and Surly Dev. Thank you. You know what? That's kind of in the way. Why don't I? Well, maybe I'll do it this way. Yeah, maybe I'll put it on 2 lines. I don't want it to be in the way for you guys. Seems better. I'll put it right behind me. I'll put it right up there. That's fine. Thank you, Kay Larry Body, who's moderating over there on Facebook, and Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Valerie, Gail Griffin. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Ruth Krafasi, Arday, Danny James. Hey, Danny James! Danny James, just the person we want to talk to. Danny, can you work any of your magic to fix Nightbot? Ruth Krafasi, RJ, Danny James over there on YouTube right now. Maybe Danny can figure it out. Donnie Davio is modding too. Ruth Krafasi is here. That would be amazing. Nightbot is having some issues today. I couldn't figure it out, Danny. All right, let me go grab my snack. I'm going to leave the footage up for you. Well, it shouldn't be that long. Oh, why is this like... Hold on a second here. Let me just make a quick adjustment. Something. Quick adjustment. Is this not in the right place? No, it isn't. I knew it. Okay. Grab a quick snack. If something happens while I'm eating a snack, again, I will definitely just come in here. It won't take that long. Hang on. All right, let me just take my headphones off. I'll leave this up there for you. Make this a little bigger here. Okay. I will see you guys in a few minutes, okay? I'll be back in a few minutes after my snack. I came back because it sort of looks like an airstrike happened. I think an airstrike might have happened. Hold on again. It's kind of hard to see. Let me show you. Let me show you here. Hold on. Hang on a second. After I took my earphones off. Hold on. I'll show you. Right there. It looks like an airstrike happened right there. See? See? I just noticed that right now. I think that might have been an airstrike. You know what? I'm just going to leave this shot. I think maybe I'll just leave this one shot up, because if I leave the other camera up, then you're not going to see it. Much more likely there's something on this shot. Yeah, I think there was just an airstrike there. So I'll just leave this camera up while I'm having my snack. Let me do that. I'll turn the volume up too. Let me go grab my snack.
No, no, me lo porta. No, è grande quello. Siamo già su.
Siamo anche già ibridati. Ora ti do l'auricolare.
Ho dimenticato l'elmetto, guarda per caso. Recupero bagaglio, non recupero soldi. No, è tra 2 ore ci davano... Ah, quanto facciamo?
لا مش هون يا صاير عم تقرب على الموضوع. بديت يا سنجي؟ Yes, I can hear you very well.
ليش؟
عذرة ولا لا؟ والله كل ما اقطع من هونيك بتذكرك، كنت انا وياك وبول من ورا شو اسمها المنطقة؟ هي خليك خدت موقف منطقة حارة صيدا لفوق.
ايه تعمير الحارة.
ايه من فوق من ورا بتعمل مثل التقينا فيك على جنبك وتنبرز.
انت كنت يومك كنت كثير
كنت بدي شوفك كده انت كنت مبسوط.
ايه مظبوط.
انا غير عن بس هذيك مشكلة كثير كبيرة. هلا رويترز عم تعطي صح؟
ايه فرق وايد هناك.
يعني الشباب كل شوي بيقولوا لي فاتح صورة، بقول لهم لا هي صورة اللي حتشوف. بقول لهم هي رويترز مش أنا. يلا.
Audio test.
We're standing here. This is summer.
Actually,
ليكي لكن اول شيء رح بلش نزوح، LVO نزوح، 3 نزوح، برجع LVO سوريا 2 LVOيات و2 كثير. رح LVO نزوح 3 نزوح، بيرجع LVO سوري 3 سوري. ايه اخر شيء. لا اخر شيء بيتزي، اخر شيء بيتزي. ايه بعد بعطوه LVO عادي.
ايه 100%. لا الكليبات كل واحد وحده. عندي LVO نزوح، كليب نزوح. ترجع لعندي LVO نزوح، LVO على انا شو الدور متفق عليها، بدي ارجع احكي ميداني.
انا من شوي تبعه
اوكي من بعد مظبوط. نعم. طيب خلص
نعم، الهجمات متواصلة على مدار الساعة خلال الفترة الماضية. الآن يمكن القول لحظة من الهدوء الحذر، توقف محدود جدا بهذه الغارات، لكن قبل قليل كانت هذه الغارات وشهدت هذه المنطقة سلسلة متتالية ومتتابعة من الغارات الإسرائيلية المكثفة على تلك القرى والبلدات التي تشاهدون جانبا منها من خلفي، خاصة هنا ضاحية الحوش التابعة لمدينة طور، منطقة برج الشمالي التي تلي مباشرة لضاحية الحوش، وكذلك سلسلة من الغارات استهدفت المنطقة بين صديقين والنباعة وغيرها من القرى والبلدات والضياع هنا في قضاء صور، قضاء مدينة صور، وخاصة الساحل الجنوبي الممتد من تلك المنطقة على الحدود الإسرائيلية مباشرة. هذه الغارات لم تتوقف، لا تكاد تتوقف إلا لفترات محدودة حتى تستأنف بشكل مكثف وبشكل أكثر كثافة وأشد تدميرا، تستهدف العديد من ملاحظات أساسية بالتأكيد يسقط من خلالها الكثير من الضحايا الذين لم يمنع حزب الله من ان يواصل ضرباته الصاروخيه الكثير من الرشاشات الصاروخيه ايضا على مدار الساعات الضربات كانت هذا الاستخدام الصاروخ قادر
باتحاد بلديات كبير على مستوى الخدمات الفرش الاساسيه. اولا نفس الحاجه للعائله الانسانيه وبالتالي الصحه الاساسيه للكوارث عم تبقى هيدا قبل ما نوصل للمواد الغذائيه والملاحظات. هناك مناشئ للدولة والجمعيات والمنظمات غير الحكومية أن تتدخل بسرعة الموجودة في وقراها، وبالتالي تحاول تأمين المساعدات. صحيح أن هناك كان ضغط باليومين الماضيين على الطرقات، ولكن هناك مناشدة بأن الطريق ممكن الوصول إلى صور، ممكن تأمين المساعدات من المستودعات الموجودة لتأمين أولا المنامي ومن ثم التفكير بالمواد الغذائية وعمليات التضامن. تحدثنا إلى عينة كبيرة من المواطنين، هناك ناس في المستشفيات، وهذه السيدة في نموذج وعينة عن قصتها اللي سمعناها بمركز بالتحديد غرفة عمليات إدارة الكوارث، وبالتحديد في مدرسة في البرج المنصوري، طبعا هناك بالعباسيه عده نقاط تم استهدافها في ضحيه سور من الامس حتى اليوم. كان في ملاحظه انه في عائلات نازحه غير موجوده بالقرى، طبعا اللبناني خوفا من الخطر اللي لاحق الجميع بدون تمييز. اليوم موجوده نسمع
Well, in the past couple of hours, there have been several airstrikes, whether here where I'm standing, area around Tyre, the towns and villages surrounding this city, or towards other areas in Lebanon. This is just a continuation of the relentless wave of strikes that has started 3 days now. Another strike. One strike, the group of strikes that have taken place last year. Just waiting to know where that strike happened. But anyway, for now, in this area, for example, the residential area that is in my background, which is called Al-Khor. This is a residential area with thousands of people. It's been hit on several occasions over the past few days. Now, many of the people living there have decided to leave. Some of them came to Tyre, some of them left to Beirut. And the fact is that just a couple of hours ago, one of the buildings there was hit. It's a very strong strike also to the just the rear of this neighborhood, suburban Tyre. This just gives us a picture of what's going on over there. Also, during the days and the nights, rockets are being launched, and we can see some interceptions. The fact is that there is a new status quo of units being used, whether by Israel or by Hezbollah. Israel, just crossing one red line, hitting indiscriminately civilians. We're talking about more than 550 civilians killed over the past 48 hours, 10 civilians this morning. And of course, this just adds to the number of people killed over the past months. This is going on for the past 11 months now. The total of people being killed in the last couple of days is just half of what's killed over 33 days.
مجد الزون والمنصوري وغيرها من القرى. نعم. نعم.
Lascio qua, giù porto il metro, tanto non ci riprende nessuno. Vado a vedere un attimo col francescano, sì. Quello che ho capito, è vero che ora Israele, dopo che le hanno trovato la base responsabile di Tel Aviv, sta nella Niger, queste quattro cose, ma
بالفعل حصل الغارات قوية للغاية، الغارات قوية وشديدة ومتواصلة لا تكاد تتوقف، سواء من أمام هذا الجبل الذي يظهر في عين الكاميرا أمامكم، أو حتى تظهر لدينا بعض الخطط السكان أيضا بالغارات وعمليات القصف الاحتلال في عمليات القصف، فإنها تتصاعد وترى من مناطق متباعدة للغاية في الجنوب اللبناني. الغارات أيضا، هذه الغارة التي كانت قبل قليل وأشرت إليها هي في الغرب من مدينة صور، إلى الغرب من مدينة صور محيط مدينة صور طبعا، لكن الغارات متواصلة. حسن قوات الاحتلال تركز على هذه المنطقة بشكل كبير للغاية، تقوم بتحليق متواصل للطائرات الحربية، تحلق بشكل مكثف ومتواصل، ويعقب هذا التحليق غارات وإغارات كبيرة جدا على تلك المناطق. آخر هذه الإغارات كانت على هذا الطريق ما بين برج الشمالي وأيضا عين فعال، وكذلك غارات على منطقة صديقين وحنواي وكثير من القرى في تلك المنطقة. وفي الشريط الساحلي الجنوبي الممتد إلى النافورة بما يشمله من عشرات القرى، 64 قرية تتبع قضاء صور حسن. أغلب هذه القرى يتعرض لعمليات قصف شديد للغاية، ورغم ذلك نقول الملمح الأبرز في هذا اليوم حسن أنه رغم تكثيف الاحتلال لغاراته على الجنوب اللبناني، هناك أيضا لم تتوقف عمليات القصف والاشتقاق. نعم. تتبادل، عمليات تصعيد متواصل، وايضا ربما هي حزب الله يوسع من نطاق عملياته ايضا ليشمل ما شهدناه من ملمح اليوم بارز وفقا لبيانات حزب الله. اولا المدى الذي وصل اليه، ثانيا بدايه استهداف المستعمرات الاسرائيليه المستوطنات التي اسمها مستعمرات اسرائيليه، وهو تطور جديد ربما ردا على استهداف المناطق المأهوله بالسكان في الجنوب اللبناني. نعم حسن. بالفعل سلسلة غارات جديدة كما تقول دائما الغارات لا تتوقف إلا للحظات محدودة حتى تعود مجددا وتستهدف مناطق جديدة. هذه منطقة جبين في تشاهدون الدخان الآن، سحب الدخان من فوق هذه التلال، حيث هذه القرية في قضاء سوء قرية جبين، وهي واحدة قرية جديدة ربما تستهدف ربما للمرة الأولى، ما يؤشر حسن إلى أن قوات الاحتلال توسع من نطاق عملياتها جغرافيا، تكثف غاراتها، تكرر هذه الغارات على نفس المنطقة عدة مرات، تركز غاراتها بشكل مفتح للغاية على هذا الطريق السهل هنا من مدينة صور وحتى على الحدود اللبنانية الإسرائيلية. غارات تكثف للغاية، نسمع بأصوات الانفجارات بشكل واضح حتى لو كانت المناطق المستهدفة وايضا اصوات المقاتلات الاسرائيليه وهي تحلق في سماء المنطقه، وهو التحليق الذي عاده لا يسبق هذه الغارات بفتره قليله جدا للغايه. هذا اذا مؤشر حسن على ان الاحتلال يصعد غاراته، ان هذه الموجه ما زالت متواصله. نعم.
Hey, I was muted. Hey, thanks. We're back. Thanks for your patience. I forgot I was muted. Hold on, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Thanks so much to Brian Beelman. I really appreciate that, Brian Beelman. Thank you. And also, we got Nightbot back thanks to Danny James. Danny figured it out, so welcome back, Nightbot. And we got Danny figured it out. It was my fault. I accidentally hid and unhid Nightbot, which I didn't think would make a difference because I unhid Nightbot once I hit it, but that somehow screwed everything up. So we figured that out and got it fixed. So thank you, Danny, for all your help with that. And thanks to the mods for bearing with it while it was not working. Okay, so I was watching the feed. I didn't really see much while I was having my snack. Let me get caught up here. Is this recent, this report? Hold on, I'm just seeing something here. What is that from? Hold on. Hold on. New IDF report. Guys, we have a breaking news update from the Israeli Defense Forces. The IDF has begun conducting strikes in the area of Nabatea. They just posted this. The IDF says they have begun conducting strikes in the area of Nabatea. Nabatea, Lebanon, which is here. It's not really south, it looks like. Nabatea. Right in the middle of it's about 20 miles. I mean, there's Tyre right there where we're looking. It's about 20 miles from the border. So they just posted that. They just said that they have started conducting strikes in Nabatea. And they say more to come. So I'll let you know what I hear about that. It just got posted. There are a bunch of airstrikes going on today in various parts of Lebanon. A bunch. A bunch of big airstrikes. We've seen a few here, but there's a bunch in various areas. You know, most of them are not ones I have on camera. I do not have a camera in Nabatea. What is that? Where's that coming from? Coming from, the noise coming from somewhere. Again, the Israeli army, the Israeli Defense Forces have just announced they are conducting strikes in Nabatea. Which is about 20 miles from the border. Oh, what is this here? Hold on. I just saw, there's another video floating around from Nabatea. I'll post it in the chat. I don't have the rights to it, but I'll post it in the chat. Yeah, there's all kinds of Israeli strikes today. They're just in various locations. I don't know why it's so... What that sound is. What is that sound? That sound is awful. coming from that shot. Thank you to Grove Lucky. Or Grove Tucky. Grove Tucky, thank you for your support, Grove Tucky. There are a couple of rocket alerts right now. So far, says the rocket alerts. Is those the new ones? Hold on. There should be a right around here. Hold on. Right where this is. Hold on. Right where this is. Right here. Right here. There we go. Right there. That's Nahariya. We got alerts right now. The sirens just went off. The alerts are going off right there, right now. I don't know if there were interceptions, but you just heard sirens. Could be a false alarm, too. Oh, we're interceptions right now. Interceptions right now. We're hearing them. We just heard a couple. We just heard a couple interceptions. That's wind. That's wind. That's not an interception. But I think we just heard a couple interceptions before. Oh, there's some near Haifa, some also alerts near Haifa. I don't have a Haifa cam right now. There are some alerts east of Haifa. There are more alerts east of Haifa, but I don't have a Haifa cam. This is the so far map here. So our camera's up here, but there's also alerts east of Haifa over here, but I don't have a Haifa cam at the moment. So we just saw the alerts here, but I don't have a Haifa cam, so we'll have to see. I'll let you know when I have updates. Yeah, those are the alerts, the current ones. Well, we already heard these, and we heard a couple interceptions, I believe. There's some over here. There's some at, east of Haifa, northern Israel. Thanks to So Far for the alert map. More alerts? Those are all the alerts. Oh, there's one more. Looks like maybe one more alert right there. Maybe, is that a new one? I'll post a link to this map, by the way. I'll post a link to the alert map from so far. Well, hold on a second here. Hold on, I may have a shot for you. Hold on a second. Hold on. I have another camera. Why am I seeing that? That's not the... Oh, hold on. Let me refresh this. I don't think I have anything showing anything from the cameras I have. Thanks so much to Radar Granevold from Norway. I really appreciate that, Radar. Thank you. Thanks also to Donnie Davio, our moderator, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Donnie. Very nice of you. And also Sumer Santu. Sumer Santu, thank you for the gift memberships very much. Hearing some sirens, maybe some rockets hit. Let me see what information I can get for you about this newest barrage. I'll try to get you information about the newest rocket barrage. I don't know if any rockets landed. Yeah, we didn't hear that many interceptions. We were watching before, a couple hours ago, we heard a ton of them because there were 40 rockets fired. But I agree with the viewer who said this seemed like a bit of a milder, a little bit of a lesser, at least in this area. I think this camera is in Nahariya. This camera is in Nahariya, Israel, which is in the northwest. Oh, I am hearing a report. There's a report from the Hot News that in a kibbutz in Sa'ar Nafila, Takchian, there's casualties, so possibly some injuries in a Israeli kibbutz from the rockets. That's unconfirmed right now. Yes. Kol Cod Group says initial report about a possible rocket fall in kibbutz Sa'ar. So there may have been a kibbutz that was hit by a rocket. I am seeing that in multiple places, and I'll show you where that is. Kibbutz Sa'ar. So that would be north of Haifa. Sa'ar is a kibbutz in the western Galilee in Israel, near Nahariya, actually just south of where this camera is. Oh, actually, yeah, look. Where is it here? Why can't I find it? Oh, it's south or north? Looks like it's north of where the camera is. Look at that. There's Nahariya, where the camera is somewhere there, and there's Sa'ar. So I'm not seeing anything on the cameras I have. I have two cameras in Nahariya, but there's a report that in this kibbutz in Sa'ar, which is like a communal a community with like farming in it, I believe, that there was a rocket that fell there. There's a report of that, not far from where we were looking before. So I'll have to look and see what I can find you. Again, neither of the cameras I have from Nahariya is showing that. We did hear some sirens though. You're hearing more sirens right now. Hear the sirens? I bet that's from the rocket hit. I bet that's from Kibbutz Sa'ar. Airstrike entire Lebanon. That's Tyre, Lebanon right there. That is Tyre, Lebanon. A new airstrike in Tyre, Lebanon right there. That is Tyre, Lebanon. So we have a new airstrike there. And then let me try to get an update about the kibbutz that maybe had a rocket fall. I think you're hearing the wind. You're hearing the wind in that shot. You're not hearing explosions. That's the wind you're hearing. All right, the wind took the smoke away. Let's go back to Nahariya. Again, there's reports that a rocket hit a kibbutz near where these two cameras I'm showing you are in Nahariya. COD Group, the Telegram channel COD Group says 3 reported injured and rocket hit in Kibbutz Sa'ar, which is not far from where this camera is located. News from the field on Telegram says a report of a direct hit on Kibbutz Sa'ar near the city of Nahariya. A number of injured at the spot. Wikipedia says a kibbutz is an intentional community in Israel that was traditionally based on agriculture. A traditional community is a voluntary residential community which is designed to foster a high degree of social cohesion and teamwork. Today farming has been partly supplanted by other economic branches. So I don't know specifically about Kibbutz Sa'ar, what the deal is there. Okay, news from the field in Telegram. News from the field on Telegram reports there are three minor injuries in Kibbutz Sar from the rocket fall. That's what news from the field on Telegram is saying. Also, news from the field on Telegram says, possibly injured person from a rocket fall in Shafaram. Oh, okay. Real news on Telegram says, MDA, the CEO of the Emergency Medical Organization, MDA, says 2 injuries in 2 scenes. One is moderately injured. The other is in minor condition in Kibbutz Sar. So 2 injured. That report says 2 injured. Yes. The hot news has a similar quote from the MDA, Emergency Medical Organization. MDA medics and paramedics providing treatment on the spot to 2 conscious wounded in moderate condition with shrapnel injuries and several anxiety victims. That is what I am hearing. Thank you to Cyan Brown, our new member, by the way. Thanks also to Sam Morgan, our new member, Sam Morgan. Thank you, Sam. All right. Oh, I have something for you. I have something for you. Hold on a second. I have something to show you. We have the aftermath of an Israeli airstrike in a Shiite village north of Beirut, in El Ma'isra. I'm going to show you right now. The aftermath of an Israeli strike in Lebanon. I have a new video for you coming from AFP, coming right now. There it is. Let's see if I'll try to get you sound. I may have to refresh it for sound. We're not hearing anything, or are we? All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to get this reposted. Hold on. Hold on. Just give it a second. It's going to freeze. I need about 20 seconds to get it up on the screen again. But this is a new video, the aftermath of a deadly Israeli strike in Shiite majority village north of Beirut. That is coming up live right now. In El Ma'isra, Lebanon. El Ma'isra, Lebanon. That is after an Israeli airstrike. Look at the whole house is collapsed. The whole building is collapsed. This is a live video. This is a live video from AFP. This is in Mount Lebanon area, this is north of Beirut. North of Beirut. Yes, Kit John says some kind of commander again. I do not know. I did hear that there was a strike today north of Beirut that apparently was targeting a Hezbollah member who was higher up in charge of things in the north. But I don't know if that is this strike. But look at this. This was a deadly strike, according to the AFP. This is the aftermath of an Israeli deadly strike.
على الاخر قليل على الاخر على الاخر هيدا ماكسيموم ما بيقل الا لان هو على الاخر
There's the Red Cross truck right there. Look at this. It's bumping against something. Lebanese Red Cross.
يا حاكم حاكم
This may be another targeted strike today.
السلام عليكم جميعا. رجاء كل شيء اسمه مدني وشباب ما عم يشتغلوا معنا ينسحبوا بعد الشريط وبعد حاجز الحديد. إذا بتعملوا معروف الجيش ونحن عجزنا عن هالكلام وما حدا عم بيرد. وهلا رح نروح لتاني ميل نفس الشيء. كل العالم تبعد وافتحوا الطرقات، افتحوا مجال لنقدر نيسر الشغل. ويعطيكم ألف عافية.
I'm trying to find this on a map, but I'm not. It's like the spelling on AFP is different than the spelling on the map, but it is north of Beirut. I have a couple photos of the rocket impact in Kibbutz Sa'ar in Israel. Yes, this is north of Beirut. This is not southern Lebanon, this is more central Lebanon. I believe this might be the strike I had heard about an hour or two ago, targeting a Hezbollah official in the north of, who was an official for this area, or an official of Hezbollah in the north, a leader of Hezbollah in the northern part of the country. But that's unconfirmed. But I mean, you can see that building is collapsed. The roof is on the ground. It's just rubble. Yeah, I can't find the exact location yet. Thank you, Jesse Fensil, who says Hassan Nasrallah lives in north of Beirut. This is north of Beirut, but again, I've heard no reporting that this has anything to do with Nasrallah. But thank you so much, Jesse Fensil, for your report. I appreciate that. Thanks, Jesse, for your support. Trying to go back and find the reports I saw about this before. This is the aftermath of a deadly Israeli airstrike north of Beirut. Do not know yet if some Hamas official was being targeted here. Yes. This is Roy Case says, who is an Israeli reporter, said the Lebanese channel LBC reported that the attack in Al Maisra was aimed at Sheikh Mohammed Amro, who was responsible for the Mount Lebanon region, which where Beirut is, I believe, and the north in Hezbollah. But they lost their sound. And now it's back. Who lives in the village. So there's a report that this was targeting a leader of Hezbollah in the north of the country. Because I can see the picture in Roy's post, and it's the same as this building. It's the exact building. You see military there, looks like Lebanese military. Yeah, you know, I've seen LBCI Lebanon says, where is it here? LBCI Lebanon English says that, I just saw it right here. Where is it here? I just had this report from them. The Israeli airstrike on Maisra reportedly targeted Sheikh Mohammed Amro, the head of Hezbollah in Mount Lebanon in the north, who is from the town. Mount Lebanon is like a state in Lebanon, one of the 9 states of Lebanon, basically. And I guess Beirut is not part of it. But it's around Beirut. It's in the middle of the country. It's interesting because I've not heard that much reporting about this strike, but it does appear to be another targeted strike on a Hezbollah leader. I mean, and look at just the destruction there. Manny Fabian says the Magen David Adom ambulance service in Israel says one of the victims in the Hezbollah rocket attack, where the rocket landed at Kibbutz Sar in northern Israel, is listed in serious condition. Wessie's Corner Emporium says it looks like a construction demolition site. Thank you so much, Brian Beelman. I really appreciate that, Brian Beelman. Thank you. Thanks also, NightFox92, for your support. We are watching the aftermath of an airstrike today by Israel. Looks like on a residential structure in Al Maisra, Lebanon. Reportedly, the target of this strike was a Hezbollah official who was the head of Hezbollah in Mount Lebanon region of Lebanon, and possibly in all of the north. Looks like they're trying to drill some of the stuff or get into the. I mean, I don't know if. I wouldn't be surprised if people were in the rubble. I mean, looks like it's a huge, heavy pile of rubble. Rule says it happened 2 to 3 hours ago. That's when I started seeing the reports about it 2 to 3 hours ago. I think it was then, if I remember right. MSNBC says that Kamala Harris will join MSNBC host Stephanie Ruhle in Pittsburgh for her first one-on-one network interview since becoming the Democratic vice presidential nominee. And that will air tonight at 7 p.m. That's from MSNBC. I would not be surprised if you just look at it, I don't know if they even know who was in the house at the time. I don't know how much progress they've made in searching that rubble. It's possible they don't even know who was in the building. It's reminiscent of that strike yesterday we were covering, where reportedly the head of the missile operation for Hezbollah was killed. Somebody's crying. I can hear somebody crying. Somebody's really upset. Oh, there's a stretcher that they're wheeling. Somebody's very upset. Hear it? Sounds like maybe an adult woman. Yeah, Israel said that yesterday they had targeted in a Beirut suburb and killed, I think it was Abu Jawad Hariki. I'll have to go back and get that. But this is Lebanon. And this is another deadly Israeli airstrike, possibly targeting a Hezbollah official. Yeah, Israel said that they had killed yesterday Ibrahim Muhammad Kabisi, the commander of Hezbollah's Missiles and Rockets Force. That's who it was. That's who they killed yesterday. And this reminds, we were watching the aftermath of that yesterday. That was in this densely populated area. This is, I mean, it's not big buildings in here. It's not as urban looking, but possibly the third targeted strike on a Hezbollah official in 5 days. They did one yesterday. Well, actually, 2 days ago they did an attempted one. So it would be the fourth one in 5 days, but the third possible successful one in 5 days. Wayne Adams says someone probably trapped beneath its horror. Yeah, I would not, as I said, I would not be surprised if there's just people under that rubble. It doesn't look like they've made that much progress. I mean, there's a whole roof on top of the structure. on top of that rubble pile. Tiff gave me a different spelling. Thanks, Tiff. I've seen all these different spellings, and it makes it hard to look it up on the map. I put that in, and I can't, Tiff, I put that in on Google Maps, I can't find it either. It's all these different spellings, these English spellings. But yeah, I believe this is in Mount Lebanon, as Tiff said. Thank you, Tiff. Which is a region around where Beirut is. Tiff says it's in Kesserwan district, which is north of Beirut.
صور لي شوي البطاريتين وحده ورا وحده مجموعه من فوق بعد نفسي وصور لي اياها ماني قادر شوفوا انا بالموقع ماني قادر
Wow. So those Red Cross people just showed up. I mean, they might have been there before, but we just saw these Red Cross people show up. At least since we've been watching. All the people in the red, yeah, because we saw the Red Cross truck pull up. We saw the truck pull up. Sounds like they're like cutting metal or something, you know, or like literally cutting the concrete, trying to get in there. Wow, I just saw a video, new video of Israeli strikes in Nabatea. Wow. Whoa, what's happening? They're like cutting stuff. Hey guys, I'm going to post a video for in the chat. Powerful strikes by Israel in Nabatea, Lebanon, a short while ago, according to NBN Lebanon. I just posted it in the chat. You can see multiple strong airstrikes in Nabatea, Lebanon, where the Israeli Defense Forces said they are striking. I also posted it on my X account. They're literally cutting through, trying to get in the wreckage. You can see it. Cutting through with like a hand tool. I mean, probably a powerful tool, but this is what they have to do. Yeah, Stephanie thinks they're cutting concrete to get bodies out. If I feel like they're going to show anything graphic, I'll cut away from it. Holly says it's a concrete saw. Again, there are reports that this targeted a Hezbollah official, a leading official of Hezbollah in the north, possibly the head of the Mount Lebanon region Hezbollah. And the house it looks like a house just destroyed. That guy looks like he's using like a sawing tool as well. It's almost like, I kind of feel like we saw the Red Cross truck show up, and it kind of seems like maybe the Red Cross people brought this special equipment or something. Hey, Brian Beelman, thank you so much, Brian. That's super nice of you. Really appreciate your support for the channel. Brian Beelman, thank you, Brian. Sephirin says it looks like they're trying to get someone. Hooper says we call this Jaws of Life equipment. This happened several hours ago, this strike. But I don't know if they'd really been digging in the rubble until now. Thank you to Winding Road for the membership. Thank you, Winding Road. Also, Cyrus the Virus, our member. Reki B thinks they're definitely digging someone out. Just looks like a house. It's not a big building. You know, it doesn't look like a giant building. It looks like they just took out a house. Look at all the people there. There's military there, Red Cross. Oh, there are Hezbollah flags, right? The yellow flag on the bottom right. I can't see quite well. I think they might be a Hezbollah flag on the top left. It's yellow. I haven't seen them close up, but those might be Hezbollah flags. Michael Keller says coordinates of the building. How do you know the coordinates of the building, Michael? Did you find information somewhere else? It says Maisra. It's the right. That looks like it could be it. Right neighborhood, maybe. It's spelled M-A-A-Y-S-R-A-H. Which is the same basic thing. Let's see. I can't tell if that's the building that Michael said. But it looks like the right street name. Looks like the right street name. Yes, guys, I have another, I have a spelling here. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel posted about this. He said 3 reported dead in Lebanese media in the strike. Maybe it's more. There's a photo and a video of it. I'll post a link in the chat. This is in M-A-A-Y-S-R-A-H. Guy Elster of Walla News says it was the first time this area north of Beirut was struck in the conflict. They have a stretcher there. I didn't see anyone on the stretcher. Hold on. Hold on. I got to make sure there's no body there or anything. Are they? There's an empty stretcher, I think. Is that an empty stretcher? I want to make sure. I believe the stretcher is empty. I just wanted to make sure they were not showing, like putting a body on the stretcher or something. But they do have stretchers there. They do. I've seen 2 stretchers empty, but they do have stretchers. But it's like they're ready to put something on it. I bet they're digging somebody out. Michael Kellers is right with the coordinates. The power pole is the same. I didn't see a roof of the building like that at those coordinates. Anyways, looks like it's the right area. Thank you, Michael Keller, for posting that. Did my link not post? I'll post it again in YouTube. Sometimes it doesn't post in YouTube. Hold on, I gotta post it directly in YouTube. Oh, now it posted in YouTube. I just posted it. It worked. There is possibly that looks like a Hezbollah flag, but I can't see it. I can't quite see it. Yeah, it does look like a Hezbollah flag. Again, there are reports that a Hezbollah official, the head of the Hezbollah in Mount Lebanon and possibly in all of North Lebanon, was there. But I'm not sure about the targeting. LBCI Lebanon claimed that the strike reportedly targeted Sheikh Mohammed Amro, the head of Hezbollah in Mount Lebanon and the north. Look at this. There have been a lot of them haven't been on camera, but there have been a number of big Israeli strikes in different parts of Lebanon today. I've seen different reports and photos and some video clips. You know, and sometimes you'll see the strikes in the distance and like, you know, a big cloud goes up, but when you see it up close, you see what they're like. Steve of Taos thinks Israel has been prepping for this for a long time. You know, I wonder if they're not using the backhoe. Is that what it's called? Because again, it seems like they're trying to get people out of there where they have stretchers, and maybe they would use the backhoe if there was nobody under there, but they're not using that big piece of equipment at all. There are a lot of people at this site. Maybe it's not a backhoe. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what these things are called. Whatever that thing is. Lebanese civil defense truck right there. Oh, somebody's getting into that. Oh, he's getting into the truck thing. Oh, no, he's getting out. Krajic thinks there's a big missile in that house. That I cannot say. I haven't seen any shot of it from this angle, so I just don't know. Yonah Jeremy Bob with Jerusalem Post said the Israeli Northern Command Chief today said we need to be very ready to invade Lebanon. Look, they could do a ground invasion at some point. Again, Israel wants Hezbollah to stop attacking northern Israel so its 60,000 or so citizens can move back to northern Israel. Hezbollah has been attacking northern Israel since last October. But if Hezbollah doesn't stop attacking, even with these airstrikes, then Israel can do a ground invasion. There's a Roy Case of Israel, he's an Israeli reporter, said there's like a photo going around that claims, I think, to show a missile in this building, and he's saying there are doubts about the authenticity of this photo. I don't know. I have not seen any kind of visual here of a missile in a building, so.
ربيع عواد نائب نحن اليوم موجودين هون لنأكد إنه هذه المناطق هي مناطق آمنة، هي مناطق تستقبل أهل.
They have a stretcher there, but the guy's just walking with it. Really looks like they're trying to maybe extricate a body. That's what it looks like, as some of you have said. Daniel Leisure says they're being very careful.
نحن اليوم معركتنا معركة وجودية ضد العدو الإسرائيلي. الواجب أن نطلب، واجبنا أن نكون بالحد الأدنى عندنا موقف إنساني، نوقف مع أهلنا، نوقف حدهم، نساعدهم قدر.
Jason Fillmore thinks there are children in there. They might be. It does look like a residential neighborhood. There's that tool. Midnight Kit says, regardless of circumstances, it's really sad. Up, they're using like a bulldozer thing or something. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Looks like another airstrike, maybe. Another airstrike. That is, hold on. Just so you can see, that's the Tier Lebanon camera right there, and it looks like it just saw another airstrike in the hills there. That's the Tyre Lebanon camera. Smoke, I think it's windy there today, so the smoke kind of blows away fast, but I think they just saw another airstrike there. I'll keep an eye on the other cameras. That truck is new. It's a new truck just showed up here. Again, there are unconfirmed reports that a Hezbollah leader was targeted in this strike. The Hezbollah head of Hezbollah in Mount Lebanon and possibly in North Lebanon, but that is unconfirmed right now. So this could have been a targeted strike. We're not sure about that. But it just, you know, you hear about the various strikes going on, but this gives you more, look at the soldiers there, gives you a more concrete picture of what one of these strikes is like.
بس خبروني بس خلينا نسكر بدي أرد علي بدر الدين ثاني فوق
There is a Hezbollah flag right there. Oh, the guy's calling for the jackhammer or something like that. Or the tool. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. I really appreciate you being here. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire in Surly Dev, thank you. Donnie Davio is over there on YouTube. Thank you, Donnie. Linda Belk and Larry on X, all of our moderators. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thank you so much, moderators. I am keeping an eye on the other live shots too, but there hasn't been anything to show you on those.
Yeah. حبيبي كيفك؟ الله يعافيك أنا آسف بس إنه أول شي ضربة هون.
Ah, there's the street next to it.
Okay. إيه أخذتوا الفيديو؟ إيه أوكي أنا كنت بدي أقول لك هلا تبعته. أوكي. لا كنت بدي أقول لك ابعته أنا كنت عم لك إنه بس هي اللحظة ما عملنا فاضي. ما
That I believe is the Lebanese military. I'm looking at pictures online of Lebanese armed forces, and they look like they're dressed like that. Yeah, if you Google like Lebanese military and look at pictures, you'll see that the uniforms look like that. Thank you, Pilgrim Media. Thank you, Pilgrim Media. Yeah, this is a big operation. Like, it looks like they're working at multiple parts on this big wreckage. Wall Street says they are really focused on that area. Oh, I have video from the kibbutz that where a rocket fell too, guys. I have a video of that. Right, hold on, let me go to the other video for a second. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. So this right there. That is a video of a kibbutz in Israel where that's a kibbutz in Israel where a rocket fell today and injured 2 or 3 people. 3 people. So that's a video from there. That's in northwestern Israel. We're not seeing that much on that video, but I wanted to show it to you anyway. That's Kibbutz Sar in Israel. That's in Israel. That's not Lebanon. That is Lebanon. That is Israel. A kibbutz is like a living community where a bunch of people live in the same place, basically. Again, that is Israel, and that's the kibbutz. 3 people were wounded, reportedly, in that rocket fall. This is not going to be in English, by the way. That is the aftermath of the Israeli airstrike in Lebanon, north of Beirut. Is it like a gated cul-de-sac? It's not like a, the idea is not, it's like, they were formerly like places where people lived in a very social, connected community, and they focused on agriculture, but they're not all focused on agriculture now. I'm not an expert on kibbutzim, but kind of like a living community where people live in different houses, but all in the community. And maybe they do stuff with they do some kind of shared work or they work in the same industry or something. But Wikipedia talks about it and they say they can share different values or that kind of thing. But again, I'm not an expert on it. It used to be like communal farming, I think, but I don't know that it's like that really anymore in some of them, according to the Wikipedia article. There it is right there. USA Today has an article in the history of kibbutzim that says by the 2000s, many kibbutzim began to allow residents to keep their own salaries and own their homes. And then this article in USA Today said most kibbutzim today in Israel are not socialist economies. There's smaller gated communities, according to this USA Today article. Oops, you can't see me, sorry. That's not, this is not a kibbutz. This is in Lebanon. We were showing a kibbutz before. This is not a kibbutz. This was somebody's house, it looks like, in Lebanon that got hit by the Israeli military. Big Time says the backhoe-looking machine is an excavator. The big bucket machine is a front loader. Thank you, Big Time. There is the Hezbollah flag there.
כל פעם מופתע מחדש ממה שקורה פה, וזו אחת ההפתעות, ואני מקווה שלא יגדול האוויר.
Oh, another airstrike on the tire cam, guys. Another airstrike on the tire Lebanon cam. Look at this. We've been seeing some various airstrikes there in tire Lebanon today. And that is another one. Again, that is Tyre, Lebanon, that one. I disappeared again. We are watching live footage of the aftermath of an Israeli airstrike north of Beirut, so not even in southern Lebanon. North of Beirut, there are reports that it was targeting a Hezbollah official, possibly the head of Hezbollah in the Mount Lebanon region or northern Lebanon. It's not clear. Just huge pile of rubble with a heavy roof on top of it. All these people working there. This happened several hours ago, but it's slow going with this rubble. Looks like maybe they're trying to dig some bodies out because they're not, they have big equipment they're not using. Axios is reporting today that the U.S. objective is to prevent an Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon and to deter Iran from intervening in supporting Hezbollah. Hey, thank you so much, Janet Burnett. Really appreciate all your support for the channel. Janet Burnett, very nice of you. Thanks, Janet. I appreciate that. Thank you. That yellow flag is a Hezbollah flag. Reuters has an article today. Israeli warplanes hit Lebanon again as Hezbollah takes aim at central Israel. So earlier today, if you missed it, Hezbollah fired a missile at the Tel Aviv area in central Israel that Israel shot down. Hezbollah said it had fired a missile this morning targeting the Mossad headquarters in support of our steadfast. They basically said they did this as a response to the pager and the walkie-talkie attacks, and also Israel's targeted strikes. Oh, there are more rocket alerts now? Oh, more rocket alerts now. Hold on, let me check that. There have been periodic rocket alerts throughout the day. These alerts are right near the Golan Heights. Right near the Golan Heights. I'll show you on the SOFAR map. Near the Golan Heights, up here. Northeastern Israel. That's where they are. So I'll let you know if I hear any reporting about that. I don't have a camera in that area right now. Regarding that missile, though, Hezbollah had said that they fired a missile at the Tel Aviv area earlier today, and where is it? I'm looking for their announcement here. They said it was targeting the Mossad headquarters, responsible for the assassination of Hezbollah leaders and the bombing of pagers and walkie-talkies. A spokesperson for the Israeli military said that a missile was heading towards Tel Aviv area, towards civilian areas, and the Mossad headquarters is not in that area. But Israel says they shot it down. That was the first time since the beginning of the war that a Hezbollah missile had been sighted above Tel Aviv. Generally considered a target with the potential to trigger a sharp escalation in Israeli action. Israel has expanded the zones it has been striking since Tuesday night, with the attacks for the first time on the beach resort town of Jia, just south of Beirut, and Mesra, which is this town right here. So new towns being attacked today by Israel in Lebanon.
ما عاد بيان شو
Israel has been saying since last week that a goal of their war is to allow the 60,000 or so Israelis on the border with Lebanon who have had to leave their houses in the last year because of the Hezbollah strikes on the northern Israeli region. They want to allow those people to move back to their homes. And to do so, they need to stop Hezbollah from attacking northern Israel. Hezbollah says they're not going to stop attacking until there's a ceasefire in Gaza. So something has to give. And it's thought that Israel might, if these airstrikes don't work in getting Hezbollah to stop attacking northern Israel, Israel might actually launch a ground invasion into southern Lebanon. Oh, you know what? Our viewer sent me before a it's kind of hard to make out here. Where is the place? The viewer sent me a coordinates of the house, and I can definitely recognize the house on the left right now, that white thing that we just saw. It's right on Google Maps. But the one next to it, I don't know if the one next to it was, no, it says 2023. I can't really be sure about the one next to it. Looks like the one next to it isn't the same as this one. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I'll post a link in the chat where you can see the house on the left. So this link I post is the house on the left we just saw. Actually, let me do this again from Google. But you can literally see the house we just saw. I'll show you guys. I'll show you too. From Google Maps, we just saw this house. It had the square. It had this square kind of garage, but I only saw one of these. It looked like maybe this was missing, but we saw this, and we saw this window, and we saw this, and we saw this. Oh, it's not clickable? Well, you can see what I'm looking at right now. We just saw the house right next to it is this, but then that doesn't look like the house that collapsed. So I don't know. And that looks too small. So it looks like maybe it should be here or something. I don't know. But that doesn't look like the one that collapsed. But this one, it really looked like the one we just saw right here. Oh, that brick one is right here. Kind of weird. It's hard to tell. That gray brick one you see on the very left of this shot, that white column on the very left, that's the house I just showed you. Oh, the tree you're talking about? Yeah, see that leaning tree right there? Well, yeah, that tree on the right is one of these two trees right here, I think. I think you're seeing, like, this has been damaged here. But that would mean that this is the house that collapsed? This one, right here? No, the Google picture is 2023. It's not that old. People are saying, look at the roof. So maybe, is that the building that collapsed right there? Because that's right next door. You can see the flag on it? I mean, there's a Hezbollah flag across the street from it. That's across the street. But again, you could clearly see this building right there. And then the tree is one of these trees. But that would suggest that this is the building that collapsed, or that got hit. Yes, reportedly there were dead and injured in this, although it's not clear how many. I saw one report that said 3 people were dead, but I'm not sure they know. I mean, they haven't really dug in there, so I don't know. Thanks to our viewer who figured out where on the map it was. Thank you to Michael Weldon, our new member. Thank you, Michael. If the camera moves again, I'll show you some of the surroundings on Google Maps. It looks like a residential area, but I don't know if it was a residential building. Looks like a pretty residential area, although maybe a mosque across the street or something, but this is the area right here on Google Maps. I mean, it does look pretty residential. Well, that looks like a store right there. That's not the building though. That was next door. Oh, maybe that's a house and a store inside it. That's right next door, right here. I think it's this building. But I don't know. No, the one next to it is too small. I think that's much too small, and I think it's in the wrong place. I don't think it's this one. I don't think it's this one. I don't think it's in the right place, and I think it's too small. This is right next to that tree is right here. You can see the tree. See that tree which is right next to it? The tree is up here. These are the trees right here. Those are the trees. Oh, and by the way, the roof is red. You can actually see it on Google Maps. So see this building right here? See that building right there? If you zoom up, it's that red roof is it. So if you see a red roof in the collapse, the roof of the building was red in the front, at least on Google Maps overhead shot. Right there. Yeah, I keep wanting the camera to zoom out. I think there might have been another airstrike in Tyre, Lebanon. That looks like another airstrike there in Tyre, Lebanon. Where that camera is. Another airstrike. Here, so this is from before. I'll show you from before what it looked like there earlier. Nope, it's not working yet. Hold on. Oh yeah, it is. Watch. That's before. See that? We were looking at that before. Hold on. I'm trying to show you there. That's what it looked like when we were watching before. It's kind of hard to see, you know. It's pancaked. It's got the You can see, I bet you can tell. I bet you can tell. See on the roof you have the these vertical bars. See the vertical bars? What's this? Yeah, it's the roof. There it is. Yep, right there. Look. Wow. There's the roof right there. There's the bar. Hold on, you can't see it. Hold on. Hold on. Watch. See those bars? Those vertical bars there? What happened here? Something, did I freeze up? What did I do? I'm doing something wrong. I know what I did, I think. Sorry, I got it. Watch this. There you go. There's the roof. Look at the roof. See the roof of this building with the roof and the bars? Yeah. So that certainly looks like it. I'll check the rocket alerts. Hang on. What's happening now? Why am I not seeing what I should be seeing? The new rocket alerts are, I do not have that camera anymore at the moment. It's northeast Israel. That's from the SOFAR map, TZOFAR, red alert map. You can get that online. It's northeastern Israel, Kiryat Shimona, and some other areas there in northeastern Israel. That's where it is. Again, I don't have that camera at the moment. We were earlier watching a camera from there where there was about 40 rockets fired, and a lot of them were shot. A lot of them were intercepted when we were watching. But that is the SOFAR map if you want to get it online. The link to the map I will post in the chat. They also have an app as well that you can put on your phone. Get the alerts on your phone. Oh, hold on. We got a new strike. New strike right now. New strike. Kiryat Shimona. Look, guys. New strike. Not Kiryat Shimona. New strike in Tyre, Lebanon. Tyre, Lebanon. That is Tyre, Lebanon. Big strike there. Wow. New strike in Tyre, Lebanon. See if I can rewind it a little bit. It's a little bright too. I had brightened it too much. New strike in Tyre, Lebanon. I don't know how much I can go back on this one. Oh, I can go back a little bit. Hold on. Yeah, that's right when it started there. Is that live there? That's about live. I don't know if I can go back. No, I just gotta play it. I can rewind a little bit. That's what it looks like now. That's Tyre, Lebanon. You know, it's windy, so these strikes happen, and then the wind kind of really quickly moves the smoke away. But that looked like a pretty significant one. Here, I think I can replay it for you. Hold on a second. I'm trying to replay it for you, if I can. Give me a moment here. I'll have to just load it up here. Again, this is Tyre, Lebanon. They're still digging over there. That is not Tyre. That is Mazra. Oh, look, on the other shot, you're seeing emergency vehicles going probably to that airstrike on the Tyre shot. So emergency vehicles, you're hearing the sirens. They're going, I think, to where that airstrike was. That's entire Lebanon. That would be my guess. Let me show you guys when it happened, what it looked like. If I can find it here. Okay, I got it loaded up for you. Let's take a look at what it looked like when that actually happened. Okay? Hang on a moment. I'm going to show you what it looked like when it actually happened. That strike in Tyre, Lebanon. All right, watch this. So I'm going to show this is the Tyre, Lebanon strike that we just saw, but you missed the first part of it. This is what it looked like right here. So that was that, and then, English language government spokesman speaking. I'll play that for you. Hold on. Give me a moment here. I'll put that up on the screen.
Tons of food, 51,000 tons of water, 26,000 tons of medical supplies, 76,000 tons of shelter supplies, and enough vaccine vials to vaccinate 5.5 million people. And Israel has helped facilitate the creation of 13 field hospitals, and you can get more details, indeed all the details of Israel's humanitarian efforts on COGAT's website. So that's the end of our briefing today. We'll now take your questions. Please put them in the chat together with your news outlet. Okay, first question I can see here is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Can you describe what diplomatic efforts, if any, are currently ongoing to resolve the crisis in Lebanon? And also, sorry to repeat a question from last week, but circumstances have changed. Is this the third Lebanon war? Thank you for that question, Joel. I haven't got anything specific to share with you on diplomatic efforts currently underway. I would say from the Prime Minister's point of view, from the Office of the Prime Minister, we would say that we favour a diplomatic resolution. It's always our go-to option, but we have tried for a diplomatic resolution for 11.5 months now. Yesterday, our president described the US diplomat Amos Hochstein. He described him as talented, but with all his talent, he hasn't been able to negotiate any sort of climb down on behalf of Hezbollah. I remind you that Hezbollah are a terrorist organization which, in its very essence, wants the destruction of this country. There are UN resolutions which are absolutely crystal clear on their demand for Hezbollah to be moved behind the Litani River. They are 1559 UN Resolution 1701. They've never been adhered to, even with a UN force, the UNIFIL force, on our border with Lebanon. It has not prevented Hezbollah from firing its rockets on us. We know why they're firing upon us. It's because of Jew hatred. It's because of Israel hatred, in common with other Iranian proxies. We will always try to get a diplomatic resolutions, and we are open to diplomatic resolutions, but none of this has worked, and we cannot. The situation is simply not sustainable. Israel must return its people to its own sovereign land. In terms of the next question about the third Lebanon war, I'll leave that for others to give this war a title, what's going up in the north, a title. We know what we're fighting for. We've given you our war aims. It is to push Hezbollah, the terrorist organization, back from our border, to stop this rocket fire against our people, and to allow our people to return to their homes. Next question here is from Hannah Julian from the Jewish Press. Does the Prime Minister still plan to leave tomorrow for New York, and what time is he speaking at the UN? Thank you for that question, Hannah. I can confirm that the Prime Minister is still planning to go to New York. The purpose of his visit is to use the platform at the UN General Assembly to raise the plight of the hostages, 101 of them, to ensure that the world does everything that it possibly can, the international community does everything that it possibly can, even countries that have not done enough up until now, for them to put all the pressure on Hamas to release our hostages, to put diplomatic pressure on Lebanon to eject Hezbollah behind the Litani River. Indeed, on that point, let me take another question, actually. Next question. Sorry, let's go back to your last question there, Hannah. Yes, the Prime Minister is still planning to go to the UN General Assembly to use the platform to raise the Israeli people's concerns. For more information, the Prime Minister's Twitter is regularly updated with all the timings for when he plans to speak at the United Nations General Assembly. Okay, let's go to the next question now from Jim Williams at Zenga International News. Is the Prime Minister still on schedule to address the UN on Friday? And do we expect him to meet with other world leaders while in New York? Thank you for that question, Jim. Yes, he is scheduled, but I would advise you to check out the Prime Minister's Twitter, where any update will be given. That's the quickest way to find information on the situation. But the Prime Minister does indeed plan to go to New York to attend and raise Israel's concerns at the UN General Assembly. Perhaps I can add that just yesterday the Prime Minister visited the 8200 8200 IDF intelligence base, where he received a detailed briefing. The Prime Minister thanked the intelligence officers and the soldiers in 8200, the 8200 unit, for their vital service to the security of this country. And the Prime Minister said that he was deeply impressed by their work. On Hezbollah, and this is something which will he be raising actually in Lebanon with other world leaders as well. He said yesterday, and he will say in New York, that he sent a direct message to the people of Lebanon. The Prime Minister's told them that our war is not with the people of Lebanon. Our war is most definitely with Hezbollah. Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, is leading you to the edge of the abyss, said the Prime Minister on Monday. Israel and Tuesday and today, we have continued to inform the Lebanese civilians to evacuate homes where there is a missile in the living room and a rocket in the garage. The Prime Minister has made very, very clear that whoever has a missile in the living room and a rocket in the garage will no longer have a home. The Prime Minister has also said that Nasrallah is putting Lebanon in danger. He's urged the Lebanon to free itself from Hezbollah's grip, to free yourselves, Lebanon, from Nasrallah's grip for your own good and for the good of regional stability. You can be sure that that will be the message which the Prime Minister will be giving at the UN General Assembly. Okay, I think that's the last question, unless there are any other questions. No? Okay. So, no, there are no other questions. So thank you for joining us today. We'll have another briefing this time tomorrow. In the meantime, do please stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I have an announcement. That was the Israeli government spokesperson. I have an announcement I want to show you. But first, let's go. Let me show you. Let me go to the scene of that airstrike in Lebanon. Let's go back to that for a second. That's not it. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning that stream of the Israeli spokesperson. That's the house that was. That's the scene in Lebanon where a house north of Beirut was a building. Looks like maybe a 2 or 3 story residential building. If that's what it looks like, was just flattened in an Israeli airstrike today, and they have been digging at the building. Let me put the volume on. But I have a little breaking news update for you here that I want to mention. Let me get the volume on here, though. Oops, sorry. Oh, looks like the camera might have moved. Oh, no, it didn't. But that house is just flattened. So, breaking news update. The Israeli Defense Force says... The Israeli Defense Force says... I'll actually show you on the screen what they say. Here's what the Israeli Defense Force says. In accordance with the situational assessment, the IDF is calling up 2 reserve brigades for operational missions in the northern arena. As I understand it, a brigade is about 5,000 troops. So, if that's true, you're talking about roughly 10,000 reserve troops getting called up to go to the north, which is where Lebanon is, which suggests they could be getting closer to a ground invasion. This will enable the continuation of combat against the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the defense of the State of Israel, and create the conditions to enable the residents of northern Israel to return to their homes. Remember, the government is saying this is about allowing Israelis in the north to return to their homes, where 60,000 roughly Israelis have had to leave their homes because Hezbollah started attacking northern Israel after Israel started the war in started the war in Gaza against Hamas. So Israel is saying it's going to do whatever it needs to do to let these people move back to their homes on the border with Lebanon. So it seems that if these airstrikes don't work, in the sense of if Hezbollah is like, well, we don't care about your airstrikes or your targeted assassinations, we're still attacking northern Israel, next step might be a ground invasion. But 2 brigades, and again, as I understand it, roughly 5,000 people per brigade, although maybe Israel does it differently, that'd be roughly 10,000 troops being called up to go to the north. That just came out a couple minutes ago. They just posted that 10 minutes ago. That is from the Israeli Defense Force. Okay? All right, let's get back to this shot right here. They are still digging at this house in Mazra, Lebanon, north of Beirut. Armistat says it's more like 1,500 to 3,000 in Israel. I'll look it up and see if I can find it out. Then maybe there's somebody alive under there. I don't know. For the U.S. Department of Defense, by the way, on the U.S. Department of Defense website, they say a brigade is 3,000 to 5,000 for them. That's on the U.S. Department of Defense website. I don't know how much it is for Israel. I believe a typical NATO brigade might be 5,000. But maybe it's less for Israel. Anyways, we're talking about thousands of new troops being sent to the north to possibly, at some point, take part in a ground invasion. Also, earlier today, as you can see here from Manny Fabian from the Times of Israel, earlier today the chief of the IDF Northern Command said the military needs to be strongly prepared for a ground offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon. We have entered another phase of the campaign. The operation began with a very significant blow to Hezbollah's capabilities, with an emphasis on rocket capabilities, and a very significant blow to the commanders and members of the organization, he said. We need to change the security situation, and we need to be very strongly prepared to enter in a ground maneuver. Although one might think some of this is designed to frighten Hezbollah and get them to agree to some sort of deal before an invasion. Someone might be alive in there. Look at this. See these guys? Wow. It's like they're holding up a sheet. I wonder if there's a body. I wonder if that's why they're holding up that sheet thing. I'm not going to show it if they start bringing somebody out. They're saying, I think people are chanting, maybe they found a survivor. They might have found a survivor. I got to be careful though. If I start seeing a body, I got to not show it. So let me be careful here. They're going somewhere. Did they find somebody? They might have found somebody alive. I don't know. Looked like they were kind of going fast. For those people watching on Facebook, Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. So, and we're almost at 8 hours. So if you are watching on Facebook, I will restart the stream on Facebook only, because Facebook's going to automatically end the stream. On Facebook, I'll put up a new stream when they end this one. See, on Facebook, you'll have to go to the new stream. This airstrike probably happened like 6 hours ago or something. Thank you, Leo, our new member, Leo, and also Megatron, thank you. And thank you, Janet Burnett, for the gift memberships. And Nicholas A., our new member, and Heather's Chickens and Tchotchkes, thanks for being a member. And also Cruella, thank you for being a member. Heather Wright of CTV reports that 2 Canadians were killed in southern Lebanon and says their son says they were trying to leave their home in the south and were hit by an airstrike while stuck in heavy traffic. I will post the link to that post from Heather Wright of Canadian news outlet CTV, and she posted a photo of the couple. It's like an older couple. They're looking like in their 60s maybe or something. Condolences to the family.
شوف شغلك الله يرضى عليك شوف شغلك ما مصور خلاص شيل الكاميرا شوف شغلكم هنا برما يا حبيبي يا حبيبي يا تقبرني بتقولوا لنا
Does anyone know what they said? New airstrike right there. New airstrike, entire Lebanon. Another airstrike there just happened, entire Lebanon. That is what it looks like. That is a live shot from Tyre, Lebanon. New airstrike there. We'll go back to the other shot in a second, but I did want to show you that new Israeli airstrike there. Hold on. Did anybody hear what on the other stream? Did they like make the camera turn away? Can anyone translate? What were they saying on the stream where they were doing the search? The camera needs to move away because they were going to take out the body? Is that what they actually said? Is this another airstrike here? Hold on, what's happening? Or are they just moving the camera back? All right, that's just that. So, because it looked like maybe they were moving the camera away. Did they said no film? Is it so? Some of our viewers are saying that on this broadcast, They said that they found a body, and they told them not to film, according to our viewers. They said a body, right? They didn't say a survivor. So this camera, I guess, stopped filming. Will stop pointing in that direction. They didn't say anything about a body? What did they say? Some of our viewers said they didn't say anything about a body. I don't know what they said. It did look like that they turned the camera away intentionally. I'm getting this from AFP. I pay for it. I pay AFP for streams and Reuters. So this is coming to me from AFP. I don't know who the camera people are, though. It was reported that this may be a targeted strike on a Hezbollah official who was in charge of Hezbollah in this part of Lebanon. That has not been confirmed, though. New announcement from the IDF. The Israeli Defense Force says the IDF has completed strikes on 60 targets belonging to Hezbollah's intelligence directorate. Today, guided by the intelligence directorate, fighter jets struck 60 terrorist targets belonging to Hezbollah's intelligence directorate. Despite the strikes destroyed intelligence gathering tools, command centers, and additional infrastructure used by the enemy to build an intelligence situational assessment. That's what the IDF says. They have a map. Here are 60 Hezbollah intelligence directorate, I guess intelligence-related sites that were struck. This one up here might be the house we're looking at. I don't know about that, though. Maybe too far north, actually. Where is... hold on a second here. Let me do a quick check here and see. I don't know. It's north of Beirut. That could be it. This could be... Let me go back and look on the map and see something. if you look on Google Maps, guys, if you look on Google Maps, and we zoom out, the one we just looked at, the house we're looking at is here. And there's Beirut there, and there's the house we're looking at is here. Now, if we go back here, does look kind of close. Yeah, I mean, that's the right location. Look, there's that indentation. I think that this right here on this map from the Israeli military is the house we're looking at. It's the same location. So they're saying that this was an intelligence-related site. Game Slayer thinks that's the house. A directorate is like a board, the directors. So it's like an intelligence leadership office or an intelligence-related site. So again, it looks like this is one of the 60 sites that was hit, according to Israel. And then there's 60, around 60 of these hit. This is one. This is one. Game Slayer says maybe that's why it was blurred on the maps. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in the U.S., there's houses that are blurred on Google Maps, so I don't know why this one would seem to be it was partially blurred on the maps. I don't know, Game Slayer. Thank you, Kim L. HX, for your support. Kim L. HX. Oh, yes. So, by the way, AFP, which is where I'm getting this video from, they put up a warning. Okay, I got to cut away from this. I'm cutting away now because it looks like a body's coming out. They just said possible graphic footage on the warning. A warning just came up from AFP, possible graphic footage. And I on that shot we were just watching, they literally were bringing out like a purple sheet. So I can't show it. I'll tell you what's going on. I can't show it on the air. I'm not allowed to show it. Oh, the camera went to the side, guys. Look, that's what the camera is showing now. The camera actually pulled away. The camera has pulled away. Just to be careful, I'm going to pull away, but the camera itself has pulled away from the shot. So the camera itself is not showing it. But I'm going to be doubly careful and go to a different shot until it goes back. But I did see, you could see it and I saw it. They actually brought out 2 sheets. So it looks like, I can't even see it now. I'm just seeing that. That's what the camera is showing now. They went to the side. So, but they brought a couple sheets out, but they hadn't actually taken out. But again, AFP posted a new warning on the video and it said possible graphic footage. Oh, I didn't restart the Facebook stream. Oops, I got to restart the Facebook stream. Thanks for reminding me. Restart it right now. I am restarting the Facebook stream because after 8 hours they automatically end it. So you're looking at the reason I'm showing you Tyre, Lebanon there is that on the other stream I believe they're removing a body, although the camera pulled away. Yeah, that is what's showing on the other stream right now. The camera moved to the side after they brought a couple sheets out. So it's not even showing it on the actual stream itself. Kate Hike says this is super sad. There might be a lot of people in that building. I don't know. But yeah, they're still not showing the scene. Della Jean says, I couldn't handle living this way on either side. Assad Muhammad says they were telling them to move the camera. And they did do that.
ما يبين شيء ما هي على الحشيش اشياء ما مبينه لا انه حرم
Yeah, it looks like they're just, the camera has just pulled to the side at this point. That is Tyre, Lebanon. Possible new airstrike there. Possible other airstrike in Tyre, Lebanon. Look, another one. See the smoke? Look at that. There's been a bunch of airstrikes on this camera. That's Tyre, Lebanon, right there. And you are seeing, looks like another strike there. Look at the smoke coming up from the bottom. In Tyre, Lebanon. That does look like a densely packed area, I agree. You are looking at Tyre, Lebanon, smoke coming from an urban area there. Looks like. I mean, that's right in the middle of those buildings. Looks like. I wonder if that's some sort of targeted strike. I don't know. No, that is smoke. That's not hazy, that's smoke. In that announcement they said about completed strikes, they were just talking about a certain group of strikes. They didn't say they had completed all their strikes. I wonder what that is. Wow. I'll see if I can find out anything about that. Israeli strikes today throughout Lebanon. Wow, that's really, it's really smoky there. I don't know what's going on. Maybe there's a car on fire. I don't know, but that's going pretty good for the for a while now. Again, right in the middle of those buildings. And I don't think we saw a big explosion. That's the thing. By the way, that feed is over now. The one that we were watching from Masra, that feed ended. Somebody thinks the top of the building got struck. Wow, that smoke is really coming out there now. I can't tell. I can't tell. Yeah, like, was this... So, is this building damaged at all or not? I just can't tell. Maybe it looks like the building normally looks like that. I can't tell if there's building damage here or anything, or maybe the smoke's behind there, you know? Maybe the smoke's in further back. It's hard to tell. You really can't, it's just hard to tell. I think the smoke's coming from behind this building here. Paja says maybe its target was a car. But I do wonder because, again, we didn't see the big explosion, so I wonder if it's some sort of smaller targeted thing. Thank you, Daniel Wambua, watching in Kenya. But something is really smoking there. I don't know if I can do. Will Israel launch a ground invasion into southern Lebanon? They said they're sending 2 reserve brigades to the north. Okay, I have a new statement from the IDF. The Israeli Defense Forces say the IDF continues to attack terrorist targets in Lebanon. About 280 targets were attacked during the day, including the launchers from which the launches were carried out toward the Safed, Nahariya, and Emekem areas this morning. Fighter jets of the Air Force, in cooperation with Northern Command, attacked during the day about 280 targets of the terrorist organization Hezbollah in the territory of Lebanon, in which the launchers from which the launches were carried out towards those 3 areas this morning. And terrorists and military depots and launchers ready for launch and military infrastructure of the organization, I guess, were attacked. The IDF continues to attack now in Lebanese territory. Fighter jets attacked dozens of military depots and other military infrastructure in the Nabatea area and other areas in southern Lebanon. The IDF continues its effort to damage and degrade the military capabilities and infrastructures of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. So attacks still going on now. Spirit Warrior, I do not have any information about timing of the arrival of those brigades in the north. I mean, it doesn't take them long to travel there. It's a small country. But I don't know how long it takes them to get active. I hear sirens on this feed now. Hear the sirens? We are hearing sirens. I have not seen other reporting about this. Maybe I'll see some. I have not seen. I was trying to see if there was any reporting on this, whatever is going on here in Tyre. I assume that's still Tyre, what we're looking at, although we're looking at it from a bit of a distance. But I have not seen any reporting about what that is. Michael Horowitz says there will be an Israeli cabinet meeting at 8 p.m. Israel time at IDF headquarters tonight. Again, there are signs that soon Israel could do a ground invasion in southern Lebanon. There's been talk even that they could try to occupy a buffer zone of southern Lebanon, to actually occupy the south of Lebanon to physically prevent Hezbollah from being close to the border and protect people in northern Israel. Is that something they're thinking of trying? Kublini says a ground operation is necessary. I mean, I do think that they have been very clear that they are going to they say they're going to move Hezbollah away from the Israel-Lebanon border one way or the other. And they are going to stop the attacks by Hezbollah on northern Israel one way or the other, so that their people can move back to northern Israel. That's what they've said again and again and again the last couple weeks. So if they decide that the only option is a ground invasion, well, then I guess they'll do that. But they have been saying what they're going to do the last week and a half or so, very openly. Still smoke coming from that location. Not as much smoke though. Kind of slowed up. It was more black smoke before. Again, I have no idea what that was. Is the camera moving because there's no more smoke, or is the camera moving because there's something else going on? We've seen a number of strikes on this camera today. Hey, thank you to Zach T for your support. Thank you, Zach. There's a person walking on the beach. Two people walking on the beach. Kind of surreal. Matthias says, looks beautiful there. This is horrible. One of the biggest industries in Tyre is tourism. Aya Iskandarani of AFP says AFP reports, according to Lebanon, 23 people were killed and dozens injured in Israeli strikes across Lebanon today. The IDF also says in the past day in Gaza, in southern Israel, Gaza, next to southern Israel, over 40 terrorists have been killed in the last day, says the IDF. Thanks so much. Hey, PZ Papa Zulu. Thank you so much, PZ Papa Zulu. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The normal population of Tyre normally would be 60,000 in the city, 175,000 metro. I'm guessing maybe some people have left there now. I don't know how many people have left. Uh-oh, no strike, new strike, new airstrike, another one. There you go, another airstrike right there in Tyre, Lebanon. We've seen a bunch today. Not as much as the first day. I think more than yesterday, though. Another, look at that, wow. Another strike there. This is still going on, strike after strike. Thank you, KM Alabama RTR, for the gift memberships. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Also, Notorious Rob and Bokansha. Sorry for the delayed thanks to you.
مش عارف انا وصلت ساعات
You are looking at the aftermath of an airstrike of some sort. You can see all kinds of houses and buildings there. What did they hit? I don't know. But, I mean, look at how high the smoke column was. If you look at, I mean, you can see how it's big, you can see the size of the houses down there. And see how enormous that smoke column was, given the size of the buildings. Hey, thank you, Bear Mom, for the gift subscriptions. I really appreciate that. Bear Mom, thank you. There is a chance that Israel could follow up these airstrikes with a ground invasion. You can see this, AP, Israel activates reserve troops in response to rising tension. Also earlier today, Hezbollah fired a missile at Tel Aviv. Israel's announcement about reserve troops, that it's activating reserve troops to head to the north, 2 brigades, says AP. Hold on. Israel's announcements about reserve troops indicated that Israel was planning even tougher action against Hezbollah, says AP. The army said it would call up 2 reserve brigades for missions in the north. Tensions between Israel and Hezbollah have steadily escalated over the last 11 months. Hezbollah has been firing rockets, missiles, and drones into northern Israel in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza and its ally Hamas, a fellow Iran-backed militant groups. Israel has responded with increasingly heavy airstrikes and the targeted killing of Hezbollah commanders while threatening a wider operation. Nearly a year of fighting between Hezbollah and Israel has already displaced tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border. Before this week, Israel has vowed to do whatever it takes to ensure its citizens can return to their homes in North Israel, while Hezbollah has said it will keep up its rocket attacks on North Israel until there's a ceasefire in Gaza, something that appears increasingly remote. So something will have to give here. That is from Associated Press. Here is a picture from Associated Press of a damaged house that was hit by a rocket near Safed today. You can see the damaged house. The camera's moving. What is it seeing? Is it seeing anything? What is the camera seeing? Here's another picture of damage. An Israeli strike hit a hangar in the southern town of Gia, Lebanon. You can see there the damage in that picture. Here's another picture of the damaged hangar in southern Lebanon, Gia. One more picture of the damaged hangar. Actually, a couple more pictures. We got a truck near the hangar damaged. We have a giant crater next to the hangar. This is a house that was hit by a rocket today in Safed, northern Israel. Oh, hold on.
Yalla, yalla.
What's going on? Something's going on. Something's going on. I think we just heard something. I felt like I heard a plane or something. I heard something in the sky. That's what I thought I heard. And then the camera turned. Sounded like maybe a plane or a missile flying by. But maybe it was the wind. Maybe it was the wind, but I thought I heard something. And right around when I heard that, the camera moved and he said something. A sonic boom? Some people said they heard a boom. The other day, 2 days ago, we heard a whooshing and then there was an explosion right near them. Anyways, it seemed like the camera person heard it too because they moved the camera. Some of our viewers think they heard a sonic boom. Hang on a moment. Thanks so much to our moderators. Give a shout to them. They are the reason that we can have chat rooms. I really appreciate it. Big ball of yarn. Good luck, Duck. I got that fire in Surly Dev on Twitch. Sabrina over there on YouTube, thank you so much for modding. Carms as well. Linda Belk and Larry on X, and hearing sirens. Also, Margaret Riley moderating on Facebook. Thank you, Margaret Riley. Very much appreciated. Sorry it's so windy there. It's very windy at the beach. Thank you also, Pickle Truck, for your support. Pickle Truck, thank you. The Washington Post has an article with some reporting about the situation called Lebanon Displaced Recount Fleeing Under Fire as Israel Vows More Strikes. I wanted to just read you a little of this. They talked to one person. They said, deep in the southern city of Sidon, Lebanon, doctors in the southern city of Sidon, Lebanon say wounded patients are arriving with head trauma, multiple fractures, and deep cuts from shrapnel. They say that Naim Kashish, 63, was in his garden when a strike hit the building next door, killing 8 members of his neighbor's family. The blast fractured his ribs, broke both of his legs, and tore up his skin. He said that was from a blast next door. I mean, look, we showed you, we were watching the rescue scene at a destroyed building in a residential area an hour or two ago, and you saw that thing was just flattened. So you can imagine if you were standing next to the building, that could certainly put you at risk. The Washington Post says down the hall in the hospital at the Labib Medical Center was a woman with thick bandages over her eyes. She was fleeing in her car when an airstrike landed nearby, according to an aunt who waited at her bedside. The explosion sliced her face with shrapnel and killed her mother and sister. And listen to this from an expert on the region. Firas Maqsad, a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, said his worry is that we will see days and weeks, if not longer, of what is a test of capabilities and a test of wills between Israel on the one hand and Iran and Hezbollah on the other. Will that lead to the all-out war with no ceilings, no limits, no red lines, and utter destruction? There is a good chance of that happening, he said. Hanan Hamad, 45 years old, said she drove with her husband, children, and mother-in-law for 9 hours from Chehor, about 30 miles southeast of Sidon, on Monday. The strikes were everywhere, she said, adding that one hit so close to the road they were on that it shattered the car windows. The only place they could find to stay the night was an empty schoolhouse in central Sidon that was hastily converted into a shelter for the displaced. Thin mattresses were stacked up beneath whiteboards in the classrooms without showers. Parents bathed children in bathroom sinks. Safa Kasaibani, 21, fled from Nabatea with her daughters and sisters-in-law, says the Washington Post. Since arriving in Sidon, she said her social media has been filled with images of friends, neighbors, and acquaintances who were killed in the onslaught. She said she heard Israel was telling civilians to leave southern Lebanon but didn't trust the warnings. I've heard a couple interviews with locals who said they didn't trust the warnings. We thought it was just psychological warfare, she said, that they were just trying to push us to leave our land because we pushed them away from their land in the north. They want to do the same to us, she said. The mayor of Tyre, Lebanon, the town you're looking at, city you're looking at, Hassan Dabouk, said in an interview Tuesday that a huge number of people had already left Tyre, which is about 25 miles south of Sidon, and about 10 miles north of the border. Sidon is between Beirut and Tyre. People could not tolerate anymore, the mayor of People could not tolerate it anymore, the mayor of Tyre said of the strikes, estimating that 70% of Tyre's residents had departed, and that was on Tuesday. In northern Lebanon, in the Akkar district along the border with Syria, local official Ahmad Amir said about 100 families had arrived at dawn on Tuesday, many of them tired, sick, and too disoriented to speak after spending more than 12 hours on the road. Much of the chaos stemmed from the fact that many rank-and-file Hezbollah operatives were injured in the pager and walkie-talkie attacks last week. according to a Hezbollah member with knowledge of the group's operations. The member said many of those wounded were involved in the group's organization and logistics and would otherwise be coordinating support for the displaced. There is a shortage now of experienced operatives, the member said. Musa Harb, a first responder with Lebanon Civil Defense, said he was at the scene of a strike in the Nabatea district Monday when a second one hit a few dozen yards away. "They hit, get on the ground," the rescue team could be heard yelling in a video of the aftermath. In the footage, pale clouds of dust obscure the blue sky. The force of the blast broke the windows of the ambulance they had been driving moments before and covered it with debris. We're hearing sirens on this broadcast. "All this rubble flew toward us and through the air," said Harb, who was blown back by the explosion, his right leg crushed under the rubble. So that's just some of the accounts of people impacted in Lebanon by these strikes. I mean, this is not, you can see that we've been watching this stream for 3 days from Tyre. Tyre is not known as a war zone. Tourism is one of its most popular industries, but this camera has been on the beach for 3 days just looking around at different giant airstrikes. And the airstrike we covered, we were showing you the footage of a couple hours ago. That was in a residential area. Thank you, Pinoy over there in Pinoy V, I'll say, for your support. I appreciate it. Too Cool says the juxtaposition is insane, that's for sure. Also there's a funeral going on for the commanders killed in yesterday's airstrike in a Beirut suburb. Ibrahim Kabaisi, who headed Hezbollah's missile and rocket force, and also Commander Hussein Ezzedine. There is a funeral going on for them, which I'll show you a little of that too, if I can. That is a Hezbollah funeral.
والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين.
This is in the southern suburbs of Beirut. That is a funeral for the 2 commanders who were killed in that strike on that building in Beirut yesterday, southern Beirut. There is the coffin right there. Again, these two people were killed. Part of the people, two of the people killed. Again, we were watching yesterday the aftermath of that building that had been hit in the targeted strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. This is the funeral for two of those people. Even though that's not a copyrighted version, I need to be careful with the music because you can get like false hits and stuff like that. I'll go back to this in a little bit. But I wanted to show you a bit of that. We can check in on that in a little bit, the funeral. Oops, let's go to here. There's that. Hold on, I'll get the other shot up with the audio on that shot. Here we go. Yes, those were both Hezbollah commanders in that funeral. That was a funeral for two Hezbollah commanders. Thank you, A. Rish, for becoming a member. Thank you. They are marching on the other stream. The other stream is that funeral. That is a funeral for the two Hezbollah commanders. They're still playing the music. Anyways, that is the funeral you're looking at for the... Oops, I didn't adjust it back. That's Beirut southern suburbs. The beach is Tyre, Lebanon. This is the Beirut southern suburbs. But that is two commanders killed in yesterday's targeted Israeli strike, including the head of Hezbollah's missile and rocket force. You can see the Hezbollah yellow. You know what that looks like? But Is that a Hezbollah uniform? Yeah, that's the, I believe the Lebanese soldiers and the Lebanese military, they have like a little circle on the top, on the front of their hat. I'm not playing the music right now on this stream, but I think that's the Hezbollah logo on the coffins.
وضع أكاليل من الذهب على نعش الشهيد القائد.
Yeah, that's the Hezbollah logo right there.
والشهيد القائد
Same as on the flag. So we'll go back maybe to the other shot for a second, but that is that ongoing Hezbollah funeral. Meanwhile, this is Tyre, Lebanon. There were some very powerful airstrikes today in various locations throughout Lebanon. I've seen different videos of damage and stuff, and very strong airstrikes. It's 5:13. The New York Times says Iran wants to preserve the proxy forces that provide what it calls forward defense against Israel like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis in Yemen without going into battle on their behalf. We got some, they're doing some things with the coffins on the funeral stream. There you go.
شباب اذا بتروحوا شوي زين لهي على تفضل تفضل
الصلاة الصلاة يا عباد الله. الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، إلها واحدا أحدا فردا صمدا حيا قيوما دائما أبدا، لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا ولم يكن له شريك في الملك، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده المصطفى ورسوله المنتجى، أرسله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله ولو كره المشركون. وأشهد أن الساعة آتية لا ريب فيها، وأن الله يبعث من في القبور وإليه النشور. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد، وبارك على محمد وآل محمد، وارحم محمد وآل محمد، وسلم على محمد وآل محمد أفضل ما صليت وباركت ورحمت وترحمت وسلمت على إبراهيم وآل إبراهيم في العالمين، وصل على جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين والشهداء والصديقين.
Wesley Lock, you got accidentally timed out Wesley Lock. I'll fix that.
اللهم اغفر للمؤمنين والمؤمنات، المسلمين والمسلمات، الأحياء منهم والأموات. تابع اللهم بيننا وبينهم بالخيرات، إنك مجيب الدعوات، إنك
Okay, so I want to show you a little bit of that going on.
إنك مبدل السيئات بأضعافها حسنات، إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم اغفر لحينا وميتنا، ذكرنا وأنثانا، صغيرنا. عبادك وأبناء عبادك.
Something to keep in mind, As Associated Press pointed out today in their article, Israel has landed heavy blows on Hezbollah. The victory it seeks could prove elusive. In the article it says, Israel says its objective is to secure its northern border so that tens of thousands of people who fled under Hezbollah fire nearly a year ago can return to their homes. But it's far from clear that its recent operations, as tactically successful as they were, will bring that about. It's possible that even with all these airstrikes, Hezbollah will not say, we're going to stop attacking northern Israel. Also, as AP points out, Hezbollah likely has capabilities we haven't seen yet. A former Hezbollah member who's wrote a book about them told AP the rocket unit is still active. Hezbollah has absorbed the initial shock and the battle has only begun. Hezbollah has only used a small part of its capabilities. Hezbollah's more sophisticated weapons, like precision-guided missiles, are likely being held in reserve as it seeks to avoid triggering an all-out war, says AP. Also, AP points out, in the event of a ground invasion by Israel, Hezbollah fighters could be joined by thousands from fellow Iran-backed groups from Iraq, Yemen, and elsewhere in the region. So if Israel starts invading Lebanon from the south, will you have, Houthis going there, Iraqi and Syrian militias that are supported by Iran going there? Who will go to fight against Israel? Harper Ann says Iran will make sure of it. Riddle says most certainly an insurgency. So, I mean, Israel says they're going to make Hezbollah get away from the border one way or the other. But are they going to do a ground invasion? Is that what they're going to do? Thank you, by the way, to Scott Register. I appreciate it, Scott. Thank you. Maybe I'll ask. We asked at the start of the stream. I'm going to ask toward the end of the stream. Will Israel do a ground invasion? That's obviously a huge deal if they do. Remember also that Hezbollah is a much more powerful force than Hamas was. Kind of looks like that's where it's going, to me. Unless Hezbollah just says, okay, we give up, we won't attack you anymore. Let's see what you guys think. Over there on YouTube, right now, 70% of you on YouTube, 70% thinks Israel will do a ground invasion of Lebanon. Wow. 71%. And on Twitch, it is 54% on Twitch. Bad Loss says Israel is already building up troops and armor at the border, so it's not too far-fetched. Israel is calling up 2 reserve brigades to go to the north border to help in the fight against Hezbollah. They just announced that today. They just announced it today. Oops, sorry. I was messing up the poll thing on the air. All right, anyways, 50-50 on Twitch, 73-27 on YouTube over there. Thank you for voting in the poll. NBN Lebanon just posted that Israeli airstrikes are going on in Jbeil. I do not have a camera in Jbeil. The Jbeil district of Lebanon is... You can see on the map. Oops, I messed something up here. What did I mess up here? There. Jbeil is there. Byblos, known as Byblos, it's north of Beirut. Northern part of the country. According to NBN Lebanon, Israel has just launched airstrikes there. Oh, I have a video supposedly from Jbeil that I'll post in the chat. I don't have the rights to it, but you can see the original one. Seth Smith says historical city. Somebody's riding like an ATV on the beach. Earth Citizen says there's a health minister news conference today. Yeah, they've been having those once in a while. That's not like something they're just doing today. They've been having those health minister conferences. Thank you, Earth Citizen. Dr. C. Duplantis says, why haven't they stopped all flights coming into Beirut Airport? That I don't know. That I can't tell you. I mean, there really hasn't been... Once in a while we hear about something in the Beirut suburbs, but I don't know how many airlines are not flying to Beirut right now. But there is still commercial flights. Here's Beirut Airline on flight radar 24. And you can see departures, load earlier flights. A bunch of them canceled. A bunch of flights were canceled today. Look at the departures. Most of them were canceled, it looks like, but some of them did take off. But it looks like most of the departures today were canceled from that airport. I'm just going down and most of them say canceled. But some of them say departed. A bunch say departed there. I think these are yesterday's. These are today's. A lot of the ones today were canceled. How about arrivals? Arrivals today. Load earlier flights. A bunch of them were canceled. Some of them landed. So there's still some flights coming out in and out, according to... Hey, that one just took off from Beirut to not available. That's from Flight Radar 24. CASA thinks all airlines are suspended in Beirut since except Iran and Iraqi. That I don't know. I would have to research it. Anyways. Yeah, The Guardian had an article yesterday. Airlines suspend more Lebanon flights amid Israeli airstrikes. So a bunch of airlines have, in the last couple days, suspended flights to Beirut. I don't have the exact listing there. Hey guys, here's what I think I'm gonna do. I hate to say this because as soon as I say this, like something will happen. But we've been on about 9.5 hours. It's not a lot of updates happening right now. I think it might be a good time to do that thing and start wrapping up this stream. But if there's some huge news, I can always come back on here. I think it might be the time. I'm feeling a little like I need a break. Oh, watch. See, something's going to happen right now. Watch. Something's going to happen right this second. The camera's moving. Something's going to happen. Something big is going to happen on this stream right now. The camera's moved. The camera's showing the sky. Literally right as I said it. No, I'm not leaving the feed up. This feed will end in about probably fairly soon anyway, in like an hour when the sun goes down. Why did this camera move up? Why did it move up? Oh, now it's back. Well, I'll start saying my things, and if something happens, I'll stick around. But we'll be of course doing more coverage of this whole situation. But subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. Subscribe to the channel. Follow the channel. Turn on the notifications. We have our own notification system, guys. It's free. You sign up once, and then whenever I go live, you get sent notification. I don't know when the big breaking news is going to happen. Could be at any time. So sign up for the free notifications. They work really well. The mods will post the link in the chat. You can also, on the YouTube, in the YouTube and video and Facebook description for this video, you can find the notifications. Yeah, people keep asking about hurricane coverage, guys. I just don't know. I just there's only one of me. I can only cover so many. I can only have so many hours of the day when I'm not sleeping and on the air. So I'll do my best, but you know, I'll do what I can do. I can't promise you anything. People keep saying it. It's like, well, I appreciate that you want the coverage, but we'll just have to see how it works out. I don't know. When push comes to shove, if it's between these two events, you probably can find a lot more other places will be covering the hurricane. So I would tend to cover this, but you know, we'll have to see. Hey, let's shout out our moderators because they are so awesome. I saw a comment before. Somebody said something like, "You've never seen a chat where it's this big and this active, but it's, you know, still moderated and reasonable," and that's because of our mods. It's amazing. So shout out them because they're awesome. They're the best. Over there on YouTube, people like Ruth Krafasi there. All of our other mods who've been there on YouTube today, thank you. All of our Twitch mods, thanks so much. Big Ball of Yarn, good luck, Tuck. I got that fire so early, Dev. Thank you so much. By the way, thanks to Lockies for subscribing on Twitch, too. On Facebook, Margaret Riley. Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, Valerie Gail Griffin, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Huge thanks to our mods. I feel like every time I've signed off on one of these broadcasts, something has happened, but we'll have to see. Again, I can always, something huge happens, I can always come back on the air. By the way, our Pumpkin Spice sent me a report from Axios that says that from Barak Ravid saying the U.S. is preparing a plan for a temporary Israel Hezbollah ceasefire. We'll see if Israel agrees to a ceasefire. This is not something that Israel has agreed to. The aim is to achieve a pause that will give space for negotiations. I mean, if Israel agrees to it, they agree to it, but I haven't heard anything from Israel suggesting they're ready for a ceasefire. But who knows? You never know. I hear a plane. I hear a plane. I hear something. Is that a plane or a missile? We just heard a plane or a missile. Boom! Wow, look at that. We just heard a missile. We just heard a missile. Look at that, guys. We heard the missile and it blew up right there. Wow. See, something always happens. Wow, we heard it fly in. Did you guys hear that? We heard it fly in and there it is right there. Did you got? Wow. You could hear it flying in. I heard it. That happened a couple days ago. Same rough location, general area. You hear it and then it lands. That was crazy. I think we heard a missile. That's what it seems. We could have heard the plane too, but it sounded like we heard the missile. Wow. Yeah, probably flew right near the camera. I mean, that's not far away. Cars still driving by, but you heard it. I could hear it. Unbelievable. I mean, that was really crazy. I'll replay the audio in a second, but see, it's so windy today that the smoke just blows away. But I'm sure there's like big damage over there. That was really crazy. Well, hold on. I accidentally banned somebody. Here we're hearing the sirens now. We're hearing the sirens. Watch, you're going to see the emergency vehicles come over there. Hearing a bunch of emergency vehicles. But we heard what a missile fly in. We heard it fly in. Oh, right near the McDonald's. It was right near the McDonald's. I didn't notice that. It was right near the McDonald's. Look at that. Wow. Oh, no, it wasn't. Was it? Or is that where the smoke went? Did it hit near the McDonald's, or was the smoke near the McDonald's? I don't know. No, it looks like that's probably where it was. I am going to find the clip of when that thing flew in and show it to you. thank you to Lisa Sutz for your support. I really appreciate it. Lisa Sutz. Thank you, Lisa. It's very windy there. Yeah, a couple people have mentioned this, guys. I don't really read into this kind of stuff that much. So a couple people mentioned this. So like, you know, Manny Fabian posted about this, Times of Israel. The chief of staff of IDF said the military is preparing for a ground offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon. I mean, that's what you'd expect them to say, and I don't doubt that they're considering it. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. We're going to be hearing all kinds of things like this over the coming days. So I'm not going to react overly to this kind of stuff. He said, we're attacking all day, both to prepare the area for the possibility of your entry to Lebanon, he told some troops. He was talking to troops. He said, the goal is a very clear goal to return the residents of the north safely. To do this, we're preparing the ground maneuver. I mean, look, it's in Israel's interest to make it look like they're going to invade, because I think they'd probably prefer not to and just have Hezbollah say, okay, we'll stop attacking. You don't have to invade. But maybe they'll have to invade. But again, I don't want to. I don't want to be in a position where I'm hanging on every single word that sounds like it could be the sign of an invasion. Nobody's invading today. That's what I'm saying. So just going forward, I think it'll be obvious when they're about to invade. And as I've said, if nothing else works, they're going to have to invade because they said they want to push them back from the border. But I'm not going to be reading into parsing language for every little thing somebody says. So it'll be obvious, I think, if they're going to invade and when it's about to happen. And I don't doubt that it's something they are making a plan to do if other stuff doesn't happen. I'm sure they are. But, you know, I think that's going to be the basic status of things until they do invade. Or they don't. Paul S. says Israel does what it says it's going to do. Yeah, I don't think they're bluffing about saying that they're going to make it so that they want to change the security situation so their residents can move back. I don't think that's a bluff, but you know, also it's in their interest to make things as scary as possible for Hezbollah, so Hezbollah makes a concession and makes a deal, and so they don't have to invade. Pope Francis posted today saying, I am saddened by the news coming from Lebanon about bombings, death, and destruction. May the international community make every effort to stop this terrible escalation. It is unacceptable. I express my solidarity with the Lebanese people who have already suffered too much. That is from Pope Francis. Thank you so much, by the way, to Wolfhowl62. That's very nice of you, Wolfhowl. I really appreciate that. From Canada. Thanks so much, Wolfhowl. Thanks for your nice note as well. Oh, I was going to replay the video of the missile flying in. By the way, Michael Horowitz, who I follow, says regarding this report that Barack Ravid that the Biden administration is working on a proposal for a temporary ceasefire in Lebanon to allow for negotiations. Michael says the chances of successfully reaching an agreement are not deemed high. This could be a way for Hezbollah to save face by claiming a ceasefire is only temporary and aimed at putting pressure on Israel to broker a deal with Hamas. So I will say about this proposal what I've been saying for months and months and months about a ceasefire in Gaza, when the Biden administration has been saying we're past third base and we're on the 10-yard line, and I've said again and again and again, and when there's all these articles about, oh, it's about this, or here's the holdup, and I've said it again and again and again, I'll believe there's a ceasefire deal when I see a ceasefire deal. And I've been saying month after month after month, if both sides wanted a ceasefire, there'd be a ceasefire deal. And I'm going to say the same thing about this temporary ceasefire thing. I don't care what anybody says about how close there are. I'll believe it when I see it. And until it actually is signed, I don't believe it. It'd be great, but I'll believe it when I see it. By the way, Michael does say, chances of successfully reaching an agreement are not deemed to be high. There was an interesting piece of analysis I read about this. You might say, why doesn't Hezbollah just make a ceasefire deal? Hold on a second here. Where is... Hold on. One moment, please. If I can see if I can find this piece of analysis. I read an article talking about why Hezbollah wouldn't just why it wouldn't be acceptable to Hezbollah to just say, okay, Israel, don't invade us. We'll pull back from the border and we'll start attacking you. You might wonder, why can't they just say that? There was an interesting article I read that said that listed reasons why they could not do that. But I'm looking at the article I thought it was, and it's not the article. Gosh, I should have written it down when I read it. I can't find it. I'll try to find it. I thought it was a really interesting argument about why Hezbollah won't feel that they can just say, okay, we'll stop attacking you. Remember also, Hezbollah is supposed to Hezbollah, you know, Iran will have a say in this too, because Iran is a huge supporter of Hezbollah. I think if I remember right, the article said something like that Hezbollah has made a really big deal in Lebanon of pushing Israelis away from the border. The fact that all these Israelis, tens of thousands of them, have had to leave the border with Lebanon is something that's been like, they've been, Hezbollah has been making a big deal out of. And a bunch of people in Lebanon who support Hezbollah are fans of that. So one thing the article said was something like they can't realistically all of a sudden say, okay, well now that's it, we're done. Fine, you can move back. We give up. We're not going to attack you anymore. That was one point I think it made. But I'd like to have the actual article here. I'll try to find it for you. Let me show you the. It was more of an argument than that, but I can't. I have to go figure out where it was. But let me show you this video of when the missile hit here. So this is, I want to show you what a few minutes ago we saw a missile hit. And we heard it. We heard it too. So if I put this here, okay. Now can I find when it happened? Let's see. Yeah, okay. So we were watching, hopefully you can hear it. To bump up the audio. Just keep watching. Oh, hold on. New strike right now. New strike right now. New strike right now. Right now. It just happened again. Look. It just happened. It just happened. Right now. That's live. Can I rewind it at all? I'm trying to rewind it a few seconds. I can't. Oh, I can. Maybe I can. All right, I'll have to rewind it for you. Now I'll have to get that video and show you that one. It just literally, when I went to the other video, that moment, it just happened. Just happened right now. I was about to show you the missile that struck there like 15 minutes ago. And as soon as I went to it, this happened. Unbelievable. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to miss it, but I mean, I didn't know that was going to happen. Unreal. I'll get you the clip of that too, because I didn't even see the start of it. I don't know. It might be the same target they just hit. They just fired a missile over there, what, 15, 20 minutes ago? Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. I'll get that clip for you. I wonder if it's the same place. You also wonder, like, had responders gone over to the first place? Did responders go to where the first hit was? Because that's a scary thing when you have two hits in the same place. I don't know if it was the same place. Hear the sirens now? Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Crazy. It's right next to the beach. People hanging out on the beach. That's the McDonald's right near the beach. Thank you, Fiery Patriot and Jesse Fensell. Thank you, Jesse, and also Sasha22 for the gift memberships, and Sean Ballinger and Sino. Thank you, Sino. I have the video of this, and I'm going to show you the video of this in a second. What just happened. What is this person saying here?
وهي المنطقة التي تتعرض منذ صباح اليوم لموجات متتالية من أعمال القصف، بعضها بالمسيرات وبعضها بالمقاتلات الحربية الإسرائيلية، رغم أنه ما زالت ربما إذا حرك الكاميرا إلى اليسار قليلا ستشاهدون سحب دخان ما زالت تبتعد من المنطقة المجاورة لها متابعة أيضا لظاهرة إمارة سابقة بين الغارتين بدقائق معدودة، يعني لا يقصد بين الغارة والأخرى سوى دقائق معدودة.
Do you guys want to see the replay of what happened? Let's do that. I got the replay of this of this from like 2 minutes ago. So it's going to be moments ago. It's going to be moments ago. That's live right there. Let me do this. Ready? Okay, hold on. This is going to be moments ago. Hold on a second. Hold on. I know the headline is all small. Give me a moment. I'll fix it. Why do we still hear the sound? Why am I hearing the sound? Oh, hold on. Okay, this is moments ago. This is the second of the explosions. I'll show you the first one happened like 20 minutes ago. So let me show you this one. This has just happened. Whoa! Wow! That's right there. I'll play it again. Looks like you saw a rocket fly off or something. Now, let me show that again. That was insane. Unbelievable. So that was the second of the two. But the first one was like 20 minutes before that. I have the first one as well. I'm going to play you the first one too. And the first one, you could hear it flying in. All right, so that was the second one. Let's look at the first one. Now let's look at the first one, which I haven't even had time to show you. This was the first one. Same place, and you could hear it flying in. So give it a second. This is the first one. Give it a moment. You'll hear it. Give it a moment. Wow. That was the first one. Little bit different location, it looks like. That was the first one. You could hear it actually coming in. So it was, I don't think it was exactly the same place. Unless they moved the camera. But that was crazy because you could hear it flying in. I'll play it again just so you can hear it. It was just crazy. That was about 20 minutes ago. Oh, hold on. Right here. Right here. So that was the first one, and then kind of near that, about 20 minutes after, there was another one. Just crazy. Right near the beach. Yeah, so see, look, the McDonald's is over here. The McDonald's is over here. So the first one was there, and then the second one was closer to the McDonald's, because the McDonald's is down here. So they weren't the same location. They were close to each other, but not the same location. Oh, there's smoke coming out near the McDonald's. Hold on, smoke coming out near the McDonald's right now.